Pedro. É melhor fixar, se calhar, a câmera.
Qualquer som não pode mudar.
Okay. Good morning. Dear President of the General Council of ENID, dear colleagues and friends from NTU, NTNU, and USN universities, dear faculty and other people from the college, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your presence at the EEA GRANTS Conference on Marine Simulator Training and Sustainable Shipping, which we are pleased to host today at ENID. I would also like to thank the participants in the panels who will speak today at the conference for their willingness to participate in this event, and which will certainly have very positive effects in the area of maritime education and in the sectors of activity related to the blue economy. It should be noted that this conference takes place sometime later than originally scheduled due to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, Marine Sim project, after some delay, started up in March 2020, a few days after the start of the pandemic in Portugal, which prevented the launching conference for the Marine Sim Training for Maritime Courses project. Today, we will have two panels of high-quality speakers from the universities that cooperate with us in the Marine Sim project, namely NTNU, Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and USN, University of Southeast Norway, as well as the national experts in maritime and port fields. I'm convinced that the interventions we will attend this morning will certainly bring new ideas to the future debate that we will have about these issues, namely in the area of maritime simulation and training and in sustainable shipping. Thank you very much again for your presence. I will now read a brief description of the curriculum of the conference speakers invited for our conference. Arnfinn Oksavik is project manager at NTNU with responsibility for major EU projects dealing with maritime competence such as SkillC and Blue WBC. He is also the managing director of the maritime education and training company NTNU Ocean Training, which delivers NTNU maritime competence to the shipping industry. Mr. Oksavik has held a variety of positions in the IT and maritime industries before joining NTNU Ocean Training and Norwegian University of Science and Technology in 2013. Jan Emblemsvag. Professor Jan Emblemsvag obtained in 1994 the degree in mechanical engineering and later the Master of Science at Georgia Woodruff School of Mechanical Engineering, Georgia Institute of Technology. His master thesis as diploma thesis was obtained at NTNU. Completed the PhD degree in April 1999, defending the dissertation title Activity-Based Life Cycle Assessments in Design and Management. At professional level, he worked in several companies like Farstad Shipping, ASA, DNV Consulting, Ulstein Shipyard, Kongsberg, Rolls-Royce Marine, among others. In 2010, started his teaching career at NTNU in Alesund as assistant professor. In April 2020, obtained the position of Associate Professor in Sustainable Marine Supply Chain Management. He is currently Professor at TNU. Professor Jan M. Msag published several books, chapters of books, and scientific journal papers along his career. Professor Kent Steger Jensen gained a PhD in Enterprise Resources Planning Systems and Advanced Planning and Scheduling Systems at Aalborg University in 2004, and a MSc degree in Industrial Management from Aalborg University in 2000. He has been Associate Professor in Supply Chain Systems at Aalborg University since 2004 and Professor in Manufacturing and Supply Chain Systems since 2012. Lastly, in 2015, Professor in Maritime Logistics and Head of Research Group in Maritime Logistics and Port Management at USN, Norway. Main results in Norwegian National Joint PhD Program in Nautical Operations and Head of Maritime Logistics and Port Operation Management course. In 2017, he started in collaboration with two other colleagues, the Aalborg University Center for Maritime and Ocean Technology and Innovation. Since 2003, he has been directly involved in raising national research funding and European research funding to his research group. He has organized more than 100 seminars and workshops, among others, the MITP International Conference in 2010 and the SME International Conference in 2001. He has 21 years of university teaching experience and has supervised more than 100 student projects, most at master level. Beside a university degree, he has a skipper first class on fishing vessels and a certificate as mate third class from 1989 and has more than 10 years of experience as seafarer, on which 3 years as chief officer with personal responsibility of ship and crew. Per Avartun. Per Avartun became Associate Professor in Nautical Operations at University of Southeastern Norway in 2021. He completed his MSc in Management at BI Norwegian Business School in 2016. He has been teaching at university level since 2015. His research areas are autonomous systems and human interaction with them, future maritime logistics, and use of simulation and simulators to enhance students' activity learning in a near real-world environment. He is active in several national and international projects within these areas. Before the academic degrees, he has served 14 years in the Royal Norwegian Navy as navigation and warfare officer with focus on communications and control. The competence is equivalent to deck officer of second class. Morten Bustgaard became associate professor in nautical operations at University of Southeastern Norway in 2019. He completed his MSc in Maritime Management Technical at USN in 2019. He has been teaching at university level since 2012, directly involved in nautical simulator training at bachelor level and other specialized simulator projects. His research areas are cloud-based simulation and human interaction with them and future maritime use of simulation. He is actively involved in development of cloud-based simulator exercise in cooperation with Kongsberg Digital. Before the academic degrees, he has served 10 years in the merchant fleet as navigation officer. He has deck officer class 1 master mariner certificate. Manuel Barros. Manuel Barros holds a naval engineering degree from the Instituto Superior Técnico, University of Lisbon. He has been working on Viana do Castelo shipyard on design department from March 1995 to September 2016. He has been involved in detailed design and basic design of several types of vessels as containers, tankers, chemicals, asphalt carriers, RoPax, patrol vessels, etc. He is now working for Dorazul, Mystic Invest Group company, on the new constructions department, being member of the owner's team on site, following the river vessels and World Explorer class new construction. Ruben Eiras is Secretary General of Ocean Forum since 2021. He served as Director General for Maritime Policy at the Ministry of the Sea of Portugal, as well as Advisor for Industry, Innovation and Energy to the Ministry of the Sea of Portugal. He was before Manager of Science and Technology at Galp Energy Oil Company and Director of Energy Safety Program at Luso-American Foundation for Development. He holds a doctorate in Energy Safety Policy in the areas of History, Defense, and International Relations from the Higher Institute of Labor and Business Sciences, ISCTE, and from the Military Academy, as well as being a graduate of the Executive Master in Sustainable Energy Systems of the MIT program, Portugal. So this concludes the presentation of the curriculum of our distinct speakers. Now I will make a brief introduction of the Marine SIM project, status of the Marine SIM, and after that we will go to the other presentations of the first panel. The first panel is New Trends in Marine Simulation Training. As I said, I will present a brief presentation of the project Marine Sim, which is called Current Status and Plans for the EEA Grants Project Marine Sim. So, the project, as probably you should know, starts initially in 2014, initial contacts with DGPM, and after some visits to Norway, the project starts with the partners NTNU and USN, Norwegian Science, University of Science and Technology, and University of Southeastern Norway, which are the partners that help us cooperate with us in this project. The total budget of the project is 2 million euros. The grant rate is 100%. The duration of the project is 3 years. And the signature of the contract was delayed due to some certain circumstances that we can control, and starts on March 2020. The background and justification of the project is related to the fact that under the maritime courses with certification, we need to develop an ambitious project for upgrading our facilities of simulation and acquire new simulators that we don't have for our courses. So necessity of this project is, in summary, expansion, technologically update and improvement of our simulation capabilities. This comprises the acquisition and update or upgrade some of the existing training simulators and increase the number of workstations in some simulators for training, which can use in higher education courses, short duration courses, for CFRs and other courses. The equipment that we acquire in this project are listed here. Full mission engine room simulator, completely new. Classroom with workstations for simulation of marine propulsion plants with 12 places for students is also new. High voltage circuit breaker for simulation in diesel electric propulsion plants, also new. And some upgrade of existing simulators for navigation, visual simulation for maneuvering, steering of ships, anti-collision navigation simulator and automatic radar plotting head, coastal navigation simulator and electronic chart training, and liquid cargo handling simulator, oil, chemical, and gas tankers is also new for 8 students, which is already delivered to the college, and GMDSS training simulator, which is an upgrade of the existing simulator. Apart from the acquisition of simulators, we have another part of the project which comprises the interaction between ENID and our partners. We call this cooperation activities between ENID and universities. We listed here some of the cooperation activities that are programmed. Considering NTNU, we have learned from NTNU regarding the experience of use of simulators for modern ship operation, explore new methodologies of training and future trends in the shipping industry, and corresponding training needs for maritime courses. The development of teachers' mobility program in common sharing and learning logic, strengthening the most developed areas of knowledge of on each institution, which means a simulation of best practice through the sharing of experience and knowledge between the different involved institutions. Other cooperation activities, exchange of teachers in nautical science and shipping management, port administration, joint organization of thematic workshops and or summer courses on up-to-date maritime subjects. This is one of the activities that belong to this point. Establish cooperation with ocean space stakeholders in Norway and Portugal about sustainable maritime transport solutions. With USN, we have also a program of cooperation, simulation and training assessment, which comprises development of simulation scenarios with exchange of experience, preparation of possible experiments in simulator, sharing of experience based on exchange of staff, development of blended learning courses, namely project management, green technology, BRM and ARM courses, and research projects within ports and logistics. The main goals are development of joint research projects between ENID, USN, and possible other partners within the field of ports and logistics. In this point, we developed a project called Green Ship that we applied to EEA grants. The project was approved, but we didn't obtain funding. The project was approved without funding. which is a limitation of the project, but in fact, the project was approved and is a partnership between ENID and USN. The current status of the project are listed here. We launched the international tender in cooperation with our colleagues from Norway. The international tender was concluded on April 2021. It comprises lot 1, 2, and two limited lots that we consider because we have funding for more acquisition of equipment. The lot 1 is the most important lot. It comprises the acquisition of navigation and engine room simulators. It will be delivered by the manufacturer Wärtsilä, and the overall cost of more than 1 million euros plus taxes. The signature of the contract is waiting for decision of the Court of Auditors, so we are waiting for the final decision, and this is delaying for some time the evolution of this acquisition. The layout of the classrooms is yet established and approved by the college and the manufacturer. We expect to conclude the installation of new simulators until the end of March 2022. This is our expectation. You can see here the layout of the main room. The main room where the main simulators of navigation and engine will be located in a room with more than 300 square meters, and it will be divided, as you can see in this image, in 3 bridges for navigation and classroom with workstations for simulation of marine propulsion plants, the full mission engine room simulator, 2 local operating posts for students in engine room, 2 debriefing rooms, and 2 in the instructor stations for navigation and engine. We can see an image of the bridge class A in room that we see before. It's the main bridge, the instructor room, navigation, the debriefing room, navigation, the full mission engine room layout, the local operating post for engine room simulator, and the engine room simulator class C workstations. Finally, we have also in the lot 1 another classroom where will be installed 4 class B bridges and a debriefing room. The image of the class B bridge that will be installed. The lot 2 is almost finalized. That comprises the acquisition of a liquid cargo handling simulator, and it was delivered by the manufacturer Kongsberg with an overall cost of 118,000 euros plus taxes. The contract was signed on June 2021, and the simulator was delivered and installed on 22 of October. It means last week. The training course for teachers will occur in November, and this action will conclude the installation of the simulator. So next year we'll have simulator available for training. Some images of the classroom is a completely requalified classroom for this simulator. An image of the installation of the simulator. Another image of the simulator. Lot 3 comprises the acquisition of a Oak Release Trainer simulator. Is expected to be acquired until March of next year, with a total estimated cost of 20,000 euros with taxes. Lot 4 comprises the upgrade of the GMDSS simulator and is expected to be acquired at the end of this year. A total estimated cost of 13,000 euros plus taxes. Future developments of future needs. Any need to acquire other simulators for training. Of course, we list here some of simulators that we consider that should be interesting or necessary to acquire, such as dynamic position, it's DP simulator, VTS simulator, vessel traffic system, and also logistic operations for port activity simulator. These simulators, of course, could be acquired by applications of the college to projects for funding, like EEA grants or others. This is, of course, future work. For now, we have to proceed with the Marine Sim in order to finalize the project on time. And this concludes this presentation. Thank you very much. So we now can proceed to the next speaker. Next speaker of first panel is Morten Boostgaard, and the presentation is called Cloud-Based Simulation. Please, Morten.
Yes, thank you.
Presentations. You have here all the presentations, please. You can control the system.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's an honor to talk about cloud-based simulation. Kind of a new trend pushed forward by the pandemic. So it has gained a lot of momentum lately. I don't believe that this will replace what you just showed with all the physical simulators, but I also think that it will be playing an important part in the future. Because the thing is that you can train kind of any time, anywhere with their own device, and the instructor sitting also kind of anywhere. So it's quite exciting, at least for me. Is it working? Not working now?
Mouse, yes.
Yeah. So this is just briefly the agenda what I'm going to talk about. It's divided in cloud-based simulators in two different types, so to say, and that is Wärtsilä and Kongsberg Digital. And based on my own experience, I will talk about the benefits and challenges, and a little bit about projects I've been working with KDI, Sky now, what do you call it. So that's briefly the agenda. Like I said, it's cloud-based, so you use your own computer and log in either as an instructor or as a student. But there's kind of two different approaches. There's synchronous or asynchronous, or related to simulator training. You can say it's more like instructor-led or student-led. So if it's instructor-led, then it's more or less like a simulator run, a live simulator on a physical full mission simulator or desktop trainer. The instructor has to be present, leading the simulator exercise, running everything live. So, but he or she logs in on instructor station and monitor the students' work and run the simulation. Compared to if it's student-led and the instructor is not present in the simulation, it's not live in that aspect. But of course, the instructor has to do the preparation, upload the exercise, make the documentation, and so forth. But then it's really anytime, anywhere. If it's instructor-led, then yeah, it can be anywhere, but it has to be some interaction. The instructor has to run it. So I think that's a little bit important difference when it comes to the actual approach for Wärtsilä and KDI. So this is, if you're familiar with Transas or old Transas or Wärtsilä, which is called now, this is how it looks when the student logs in via Windows Remote Desktop. And it's more or less like sitting in front of a desktop station. A little bit different with a sidebar with the maneuvering and so forth, but you have visual, you have instruments, you have ECDIS and radar and everything. So what Wärtsilä has actually done is that they have uploaded the simulator into the cloud and made it available with some adjustments. But they were quite early on with doing this and delivering this. So it's quite exciting to use. And like I said, instructor has to be present. There's some changes here as well, but what I tested is that I run the simulation as an instructor and the students log in. So they have a similar setup, like a desktop, like probably usual, with a classroom, 12 students and an instructor station, and the same is in the cloud. But the difference is that it doesn't require any hardware physically present here. The student can sit anywhere, and actually the instructor as well. So this is a session I run with the Wärtsilä training session with 12 students. Very interesting, but also challenging. You see the instructor tool up in the right corner, and some smaller pictures are the student stations. So as an instructor, you have the instructor tool, of course, running everything from targets, etc. And you also have the remote view of what the actual students are doing. So you can monitor what they are doing, or you can also intervene and go in and help them or guide them as the simulation goes along. So it's a fully functioning desktop simulator, but it's in the cloud. Yeah, it's a little bit messy picture, but it's as an instructor, it requires more than one screen because it's a lot of things to keep an eye on. And for communication, there's no VHF or no internal external communication, so we used Teams or Zoom as communication. But this will, for sure, become also VHF, or GMSS will also be a part of this in the near future. So this is quite fun. I will come back to some of the challenges in the presentation. Yeah, so like I said, Wärtsilä is early off actually with this cloud-based simulation. and instructor-led. But things are changing there as well, and they have entered cooperation with Ocean Learning and the Ocean Learning platform, which I think is worth keeping an eye on, because this is a blend of the simulation in the cloud and, let's call it, the old CBT or computer-based training, where you have the content, the theory. So they have made a portal where you can access the theory and run simulation as well. So they will also move, or have in some aspect also move towards student-led simulation as well. So it's happening, it changes quite fast. But I think this is quite exciting, and I think we will see more of this in the future. So, yeah, that was Virtual. Then it's what I've been working mostly with is Kongsberg Digital. They have had a completely different approach. They have been building the simulator from scratch in the cloud, so meaning there was nothing, and they built up the simulator from not nothing, but it's new design, new everything, and it's running in the web browser. In comparison to KDI, Virtual is running a remote desktop. So you log into a portal and use the web browser to run the simulation, or start the exercise. And mainly this type of training or KDI approach so far is that it's student-led. That the student do their training when they want to, or you can schedule it as an instructor. You see on the picture there that that's the kind of, not end game, but where they are heading. There's actually a user conference yesterday and today, but they have released or talking about what they are releasing pretty soon. But there will be radar, ECDIS, planning station, visual view, and a lot of instruments available. And a lot is also already available. So they have a while ago released radar, so you can do basic radar training. It's not completely finished, but for basic training you can use it. What they released last month was planning station, which I think is a pretty neat tool for the students, where there is a light version of the ECDIS, where a student can plan the exercise, either train on route planning, or coming soon also is that it will be synced with a full mission simulator. So you can save a lot of time that the students prepare the exercises before they go into the full mission simulator. And the exercise they make will be synchronized and available on the full mission simulator. Either student will just retrieve it, or the instructor. But as of now, it requires a USB stick to transfer it, and that is, to say at least, not optimal regarding virus and so forth. But that's an interesting instrument. Also, of course, an important instrument is the ECDIS. Fully functional ECDIS is kind of highly missed with this. So they are releasing the first version of the ECDIS next week, and it will be not completed, but it will be a huge step forward regarding training, because you need chart, and that's an important part of even radar training, I think. So that's pretty soon coming. The visual will come mid next year, I think. But the picture I've seen, they looks pretty neat. So when I got everything of this running in the cloud, and like I said, it will not substitute the full mission, but it will be important for blended learning or more training. Yeah. So this is what mainly my job with the Skyna project has been, is that giving feedback to all the instruments. What are the training goals? What do we need to be able to do the training like we do on physical simulators? And since it's student-led, it's a completely new approach, at least to my knowledge, that you have to tailor the exercise differently compared to a live session. So it's making the exercise text and what the student should learning goals and etc. of course, but also e-coach messages and guiding the students. That's important part of the Skyna project, so to say. So the content, making the exercises in the instructor tool is one thing, but also making all the other documentation. So it's interesting, but like with development, it's not straightforward. Yeah, so this will just sum up, conclude. It's not based on science, it's my own experience. But what I see is that the pro of cloud-based simulation, either synchronous or student-led or instructor-led, is that the requirements for hardware is not there. It's in the cloud on big computers instead. So you could say that it's more sustainable, maybe. Anywhere, anytime. It's in line with what the student kind of require or expect, I think, in some extent. Of course, they missed being physically in the school after pandemic or during the pandemic, but as times go, they will think this will be kind of the new normal as well. So it will bring more training, more content, possibility to repeat much of the training, and might be an interesting cooperation that you can be experts or cooperate in the simulation anywhere. And yeah, we can sit here, we can sit in Norway or Denmark or wherever, and join in developing the content or the actual simulator or running the simulation. So there's of course challenges. There's been a lot of technical issues, from total crashes to not working as expected, and students sitting with a small laptop, small screen. That's downside what the kind of equipment the students has, and you don't have the interaction with the students. That's of course an issue or a challenge. And the overview, if you like saw the picture with I can see all the students displays, but it's much quicker to walk around in a desktop setup to help the students to see what they are doing compared to a cloud simulation. And there's a lot of talk about assessment, and can we do assessment in the cloud? It's a kind of huge discussion, or are we supposed to do it? I will not dwell too much on that, but I learned is that if you're going to do this, it requires a proper introduction, and I think it's in the cloud, you need to introduce it physically with the student and instructor, teacher present, and then you can do it more individual. And it's something constantly developing, so it's not a finished product, that's but it's exciting to work with. So I think that's my presentation.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Mouse. So, we are going to continue.
Maybe I have to mute.
So, you are continuing with Arnfinn Oksavik from NTNU, Immerse Technology in the Simulator Training. So, Arnfinn.
Thank you, Luis. I think we need to sort out the cascading picture.
Yeah.
If you see behind me.
Which is your presentation?
Yes,
Do you?
but Luis, if you look behind.
Which is one? No one of this?
This one.
This?
Yes,
Okay.
but I will get some assistance from your colleague. Yes.
So,
Too many pictures of the screen. It's here.
Wait.
Yes, I will fix it. Good. I think we are, well, I think we're good to go. Yes? Thank you very much, Luis, for this great opportunity to kick off the EEA cooperation. Also thanks to USN cooperating with us in this project in Portugal. You may not know it, but I was here already 5 years ago, I think.
Yes.
In a different project, we were exploring the opportunity to establish a training center, and we had Mr. Baptista and his colleagues in Ålesund as well to visit, and we went to Madeira. So we have had some insights into the possibilities here in Portugal. Okay, today I'm honored to talk about immersive technologies. Just to let you know, I have a big bag of surprises. So during the break, we will connect this technology. So if you want to try it out, you will have the opportunity to test the virtual reality simulator that we are exploring. So immersive technologies, it's a fancy word for technologies where you are not creating kind of physical surroundings, but you're making virtual surroundings. So it's just a smaller simulator in glasses. And these are the basic building blocks. You need this, we call it VR goggles. In effect, it's more like a motorcycle helmet, where you have an internal screen showing you whatever is going on. And some of you may already have seen your children use this or have invested in it yourself. So it is not really new. It is more than 10 years old, but in the beginning, this kind of technology had not the good quality, and there was not many applications supporting it, and it was for games mainly. But now the use has been increasingly spread to various sectors, such as supporting engineers doing complex operations, for instance, on ships where you don't have access to suppliers' knowledge. You can give a seaman, an able seaman or a technician, the goggles, and with instructions from, for instance, a maritime provider such as Kongsberg, they can get help with through the VR system, learn how to repair and change settings on its complex systems. Also, the controllers are something that you need, and in the VR they will look like your hands, but in reality they are some technical dongles. Also, with this technology, it is possible to connect so that you can have remote locations, which is teachers sitting here, students at the ship or at a different city in a different country, and you can interact. And of course, this technology is developing all the time, and we now have a continuing development with instructor function, where the instructor can be invisible, which is the same as you practice in the full-scale simulator. There's a simulator room. Instructor is placing target ships, is changing courses, creating some sort of challenges for the students, suitable challenges so that they can train doing passage or having opposing traffic and emergencies and dealing with communications and so on. And in this virtual world, you can decide whether you have an invisible instructor or whether the instructor actually will see what is going on through the eyes of the student. You can place the instructor inside the head of the student and see exactly what the student is doing, where his view is going. And this then can actually carry out the same kind of investigative research as is done through the eye tracking, because eye tracking has been also a technology for some while, where you have eye tracking glasses and you can monitor heat maps of where the student is looking, and based on that you can see if the student is using his using the time correctly or using his attention correctly, looking at the right instruments, or whether he's distracted, looking at wrong places and not perceiving dangers approaching, and that you can unwind the cause of what happened. If what happened is not desirable, if there's a grounding or a collision or something, you can unwind and see, the student was looking the wrong way, looking at the wrong instrument, occupied with things that was not important, not able to prioritize. And through instruments like this, you can actually gain better insights than you can in real life, because in real life you cannot get inside the head of the student in the same way. So also be a little bit careful, not getting too much inside the head of the student, of course. Architecture is something that you probably have seen before. There are remote students. Instructor can be looking from the student perspective, or the instructor can be outside, visible, invisible. And you can have scenarios that you kick off, and you can also interact with scenarios, placing target ships and so on. But this is the main layout of the scenarios. Of course, decent network connection is important, but the network connection is not actually because of the architecture, the amount of information flowing between stations is not that much, because the heavy load is on the local computer. It is, and also because my backpack is really heavy, because although I have a portable, it is just portable. It's incredibly heavy. It's full of cooling metal, because it runs so. This is more like a stationary machine because of the high spec hardware, and the fan instantly goes off and it goes really hot. So it's really heavily loaded with doing the visualization. And so advantages of this kind of technology is obviously lower equipment cost. What you have to buy is essentially this one and the VR goggles, and it's a fraction of a full-scale simulator. Obviously, it's not millions of euro, it's thousands of euros. So it's not hundreds, but this one is 3,000 euros just for this one, or 4,000 euros, because it's the highest spec portable you can get. And of course, there is some further advantages, such as you don't have to travel. Although this hardware is expensive, you probably want to send it around. You cannot give everyone, you cannot expect students to buy this. It is more than what is expected from students. So I think you have to look at a system where you buy a kind of a classroom set, or where you have available systems for giving or borrowing to students. Or ship owners could invest and have a few sets at their office, and then they could distribute to seafarers whenever they need to use some of these, because it will be much cheaper than traveling to a training center, staying at a hotel, and spending the whole days, because they can use this kind of technology when they have available time. Not necessarily, they don't have to be off duty. They can actually, if the ship is in port or the ship has a decent connection, they can even exercise and practice this technology on board. Just something which we probably need to explore further. What is the network requirements to operate this in a network? But the standalone version you can definitely do without the network connection, or very thin, because you need this license access. Probably could do without, but then that is a discussion with the provider. Also, this kind of technology makes it easier to access expertise. And I don't mean technology expertise, I mean the nautical expertise, the expertise to sail ship, to interact with engine power management systems, because engineers don't fix engines anymore. They interact with electronics that monitor and control engines. You don't change pistons anymore. You just monitor the monitoring system. We just integrate it into an overall monitoring system. And if you can't do that and you have problems, you need access to an expert. And so in this training environment, the expert can be available to a number of students at the same time, and only kind of intervene whenever they have a relevant question. Makes much better use of the high quality and expensive competence. And this competence can also be with a provider like Kongsberg or Wärtsilä, could be available at certain times. So when students need top expertise in the engine monitoring system or in navigational assistance like ECDIS or ARPA or other system, these experts could be available. So of course there are some disadvantages to this technology, and should be mentioned too that it is an unfamiliar interface. And so when we go around, when we try this later on, you need a little bit time to figure out the buttons. It is not the levers that you are used to on the ship bridge, but we have discussed this quite extensively with provider who has delivered this to the Coast Guard, and they have concluded that if given some half hours at 2 sessions, where you have an initial session and then a second session you are much more familiar, and then you forget about this unfamiliar interface, and you start relating to the image of the levers and the steering and the rudder, and it's not really, it is just some initial maybe difficulty with finding the right buttons, but don't get worried about that. It's quickly learned. Maybe you even have it at home. I've already mentioned the powerful hardware. Also, this using of this kind of network, Zoom, Teams technology. It's not so easy to generate a discussion. It seems that students are very reluctant to ask stupid questions, and instead of asking, they stay silent. And when the teacher asks us, "Oh, is everything understood?" Nobody says anything, and then things start to go a little bit wrong. So there is a disadvantage with this networked environment, that students can pretend that they know or understand, and then they really don't. So maybe you need some kind of networking workshops in order to sort out those things, which would have been easier managed in a classroom where students can ask each other. There's a good student who can help the weaker students, but in a environment like this, it's much more difficult for that to happen. There's no really clever guy that can help this other guy, get going. So maybe some extra attention needs to be on that. And also this informal discussion in the breaks is limited. So this technology does not cause seafarers to get to know other seafarers in the same way. So could be that if this technology become really widespread, there is a need for other methods of meeting seafarers, students meeting students, and so on. Maybe also the instructor it could actually go both ways, that the instructor has a better overview, but it could also be that an overview is more difficult, depending on, if you have many screens available, one screen, how many students are there at the same time. In a full-scale simulator, I think at least the ones I have seen, the instructors have many screens and they observe all simulator rooms, and they can switch between, and they have quite a good overview of the scenarios. So getting that same overview on in this virtual world, it remains to see whether this is equally possible. But what is good is there are also new functionality available, such as avatars, and this has I'm not sure I'm able to demonstrate it today, but I have a video of it. And here you can have the blue guy is you, and you give verbal commands in the VR system and call upon the helmsman, and he will respond, "Yes, Captain," even if you're just first mate. And then you can give him orders 10 degrees starboard, and he will respond 10 degrees starboard, and he will alter the course exactly as you would do on a ship. So this is very good because, of course, you would have to be precise in your speech. You need to pronounce clearly, which is also part of BRM, to be clear about giving directions to your crew. So it is relevant training that the avatars only can respond to clear orders. And there are many. This set of orders is whatever you need, but today it is the most common orders that are given from the ship bridge, and this has been tested and it works. Also, you have a scenario builder. So instead of you don't need this super trained technician to create your scenarios. You can just you can create them quite simply yourselves and set up target ships on routes and so on. I suppose this is quite common in full-scale simulators, but this is just the same capability, where you can set up and you have action objects that you can have able seamen working on. Of course, then you need to have those that personnel also in the scenario, but you can, like today, it is most normal that you train navigators navigating the ship, and you have target ships and instructors. But here we have looked at scenarios where you have able seamen that do assignments on deck. They connect ropes, chains, they disconnect. If it is about hooking up pipes for loading, offloading, and you give them orders, and they are part of the environment in the same way with the VR headset, and they have their dongles are used in a little bit different way for walking and gripping, and so that you can, instead of only training one group of navigator, of course this is more relevant for lifelong learning when you have seafarers in an active role of duty. You can train the officers together with the crew in a BRM environment, and this has not been, very few have done this because of the cost, and there's no IMO STCW requirement that able seafarers should participate in such training. But of course there's huge advantage in doing it, and with this technology the ship owner does not need to kind of spend much extra money. I mean, if you have these VR sets and they are available, why not give it to the able seamen so they can participate in scenarios with navigators? It will increase the training of both navigators, and of course it will increase the motivation and job satisfaction and the overall happiness of the able seamen finally being able to participate in crew or team training with the ship officers would be a big advantage. And this is something when a lot of reports is stating that there is currently a shortage of seafarers, or the shortage is becoming bigger and bigger, which is to say there's a shortage of qualified seafarers, not any seafarer. But this is contributing to qualifying. So instructor role is of course the same as you are familiar with from full-scale simulator. You can change everything, weather, sea state, lightning, fog, waves, traffic management, target ships, and so on. So this is just similar to full-scale simulators. Here you see a picture of the VR landscape, and I'm now going to try, since I'm sharing screen, it should be okay to I exit this full screen, sorry, and then I will show a short film clip. Here we are. So this is I am in the left I'm in the left chair, and the other participant in this scenario is sitting in another building 10 kilometers away, and I see his avatar, and we can talk to each other. So we talk just normally. I didn't record voice here, but he is now planning the route. He's the kind of navigator and I'm the pilot, so to speak. So we're saying, okay, here we could just discuss planning of the passage and whatever we need to do. And the instructor could be in the background monitoring what's going on. And yeah, that was a short sequence. Let me show you also another short sequence of because I want to show you how we can be an able seaman. So now I am a sea farm operator. I am walking along the passageway on the fish farm. We have 7 or 9 such enclosures of salmon. You see the net to prevent birds from stealing the feed. And the job of these people is to maintain this net. Birds get stuck, and a dead bird is food for another flock of birds, and so they will start attacking, and they will get tangled into the net, and it will cause a lot of trouble, and it will sag into the water if too many dead birds are And so their job is to walk around, maintain this, and this is the feeding station. So here they keep the food pellets for the salmon, and the operator on the sea farm walking along here has a lot of duties concerning when to feed and monitoring the health of the fish, the oxygen content of the water, the algae content of the water, and generally also taking samples of the fish, monitoring amount of lice. Sea lice is a huge problem in fish farming, and there's a limit of 0.5 female lice sticking to fish on average. And we have a web page where this is monitored, so everyone can actually go in and see where there are sea farms and what level of lice is currently there, because they are spreading in the water to the next sea farm and following the current. And so this is a topic of research, but also a lot of strong opinions. When you have ships moving in between sea farms, they bring with them also algae and viruses and lice, spreading the lice in between. So this is monitored, and in Norway there's a traffic light system, whether you are high or low on this number of lice on the fish. Well, this is mainly what I wanted to show you today. I also have a short, just the immersive technology VR. Just want to show you the latest development quickly in 1 minute of our. Just a second, just find the right image. Here. So here we have what we have done with our teaching material. Some of the teaching material is to integrate it with 3D models of ships. So if I spool back a little bit, you see that we put the instructor in front of the PowerPoint to avoid this distance that is created when you have to teach online, that you only see text. So we have put the instructor in front. We have put the instructor in front of the PowerPoint so that he can point, and then we integrate the 3D model of a ship where he can, the instructor can move around and explain features to the students. Because initially on the PowerPoint, that is learning material. There are for instance, here this part is about firefighting, and he's explaining about the equipment on the bridge related to fires and fire extinguishing, and he's talking about the equipment on the. And then he is moving into the interior of the ship to show more features of firefighting. And so here we have in the 3D model, he's able to move around and point at fire extinguishers, fire alarms, signal emitters, and so on. And also, as I can, and this is we are using a 3D camera and Matterport. So what we have done now, we have mapped typical ships, and so we integrate these into the teaching, so that students can become familiar with the interior layout of ships before they've actually been aboard. And this has been, we've had great feedback on this. It makes the online education much more. It's easier for students to get motivated and to understand what they are going into. And so this kind of technology would maybe meet this other VR technology in the future. So where we can not merge, but it is two sides of the same, which is presenting the real shipping environment to students before they start working on board the ship. And this is giving students a much better opportunity to learn and become proficient seafarers. So in the break, I will set up the equipment and
Okay.
give you the opportunity to test it. So hopefully all of you are get the chance to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a short time for questions. If you have some questions, please, we have about 5 minutes for questions. Otherwise, we'll have a coffee break. Please choose a question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, both of you. The last one we talked about here with the collaboration across two members. For instance, this last one we presented the fire issue. That's a very good case if you have fire on ship, because then it's quite dynamic everything, and people have to adapt much more and more advanced and not a predefined, pre-planned routine, what which is much easier to handle. How does that work for you? Do you work some in this area, and have you made any simulation of that or test for that?
If I understand, if you have created some simulations for team training and yeah.
Firefighting.
Oh, I must admit, this is very new. We launched actually this week the latest the training that I showed you. We have tested it on students, and knowing that this is not mandatory training. This is voluntary training, but they do get credit for it, and this is the safe cargo handling course, which is mandatory in Equinor. So if they want to sail for Equinor, they know that this will be a bonus, and a future employer will actually require them to take this course for them to be on the makers list of Equinor. And so that is the motivation. And we managed, we got 10 students enrolled, and the first 2 that finished, they said this was incredibly motivating, especially the 3D model of CM Pride, because they have never seen an offshore ship inside. They just seen them sailing past, and to be able to move around and see the firefighting equipment and see the firefighting pumps, because this was a higher class firefighting vessel, and also see the normal extinguishing equipment and where the sensors are and so on. It all kind of connects with that lecture, instead of just having bullet points, which says any ship in this class require blah, blah, blah. And then you have all the issues. You forget so quickly. But seeing it, of course, is a way of repeating, because you see the bullet points, then you see it in real life, so you're reminded. So there are sensors, there are alarm clocks, there are small pumps, there are big pumps, and there is a fire cannon on the bridge, and so on. So this connecting this with the VR is something I think will happen in kind of because of technologies there at some stage, because they are approaching each other. From the VR is programmed environments, and the latest one, the CM Pride is 3D photography. But those two are starting to get very close in realism. If the VR technology could import the 3D images, for instance, and put them on surfaces, so you could have then it would be augmented reality kind of environment. It would be good.
Okay, more questions? So, we conclude this session, and we have time for a coffee break. Thank you. Future of Sustainable Shipping. The first speaker is Jan Emsvag, professor at NTNU, with the title Effective Use of Sustainable Energy Sources. His presentation will be performed by video conference. So let's start with Jan.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Your participation in our conference, please. We are all interested in watching your presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the splendid presentation of me earlier. But can you hear me well?
Yeah, yes, perfectly.
Okay, then I start. All right, thank you very much for being invited. And like I said, the presentation of me earlier was more than usual. So thank you very much for that. Very nice. Okay, I will start, well, a few words about myself. I guess very short, 20 years in top management positions, mostly maritime industry. Well, I'm actually a professor now at NTNU. But the reason I show these two books is that I take normally a techno-economic angle into things. And when it comes to sustainable development, if you listen to the EPCC, also they highlight the importance of finding economically viable solutions. So when you look at, for example, the mix of energy sources, they are actually very much driven by the cost of these sources. Okay, content. I always talk about a few myths about nuclear, and then nuclear innovations, and the fuel cycles, economics, and then we get into the deep sea challenge, which is the one I'm mostly concerned about, and then the molten salt reactor. And for example, here you see a little ball of thorium. This could hold your energy for your entire life if it's put in the right use in a reactor. So first, we hear often that nuclear radiation is a problem. Well, here are the numbers. And as you can see, if you go into a hospital, for example, a radiological department, it's you are being exposed to far more radiation than from any of these accidents. Of course, locally in Chernobyl is a different story, but even if you read the UN report from 2011, which is the latest full study of it, it's far less than what people imagine. The actual number of people are actually, what was it, some 60, 70. Then the UN have said that there could be an overrepresentation of cancer over the years, amounting to maybe up to 4,000 people, but so far we are still under 100. So when we talk about that, we also have to look at energy production. And if we look at energy production, again, nuclear comes out among the very, very best. And the worst, of course, is coal. And the irony is that Germany, by closing down its nuclear industry, has actually increased the number of dead by 1,100 per year because of the emissions from coal industry. So when we talk about accidents, radiation, death, and these kind of things, it's important to take the full picture. Another thing we often hear is that nuclear is very expensive. Well, yes, they are expensive facilities, but they also generate enormous amount of energy. Look at this, 1,900 billion US dollars in value, whereas on all this production, whereas this little green and yellow has so far costed $2,300 billion. And talking about cost, there is also a lot of confusion about the cost of nuclear in itself. And here we have a number of countries, the LCOE, the levelized cost of energy. And it's enormous difference between various countries depending on how they have managed the construction process and also whether they standardize the reactors or not. And UK is among the worst, as you can see. The US has the most number of reactors, and earlier they were much cheaper than today. But look at this. When the reactor has passed 25 years of age, then they actually cost less than Norwegian hydropower, which is considered very cost effective. And this kind of cost level will then last from year 25, and some of these facilities become 100 years old. So that means when you take the entire life of these facilities, they are actually very cost effective. Okay, a lot of waste, that's what we hear. Well, US, the biggest country in the world in terms of nuclear capacity, have had 60 years of operations. You could fit these kind of canisters over this football field 50 feet high. That's it. That's all the nuclear waste ever produced in the US. What's interesting, though, is that 90% of the energy is left, which corresponds to roughly 250,000 terawatt hours, or 300 years of the current mix of the US grid. Footprint and emissions. Well, solar panels, as you can see here to the left, has enormous footprint in terms of materials requirements. Hydro has also quite a lot, but it's mostly concrete. Wind has a lot of concrete, but also some other stuff. Nuclear is actually the lowest. And the nuclear material is so little that it doesn't even show up on the graph. But what's really interesting is that nuclear is renewable. And the fact is that there are 3.3 parts per billion uranium in seawater, or roughly 4.6 billion tons of uranium. And this is continuously replenished from the bedrock under the world's oceans. And in this bedrock, there's roughly 100,000 billion tons of uranium. And what the Japanese have now developed is a technology that they can actually extract the uranium from seawater using yarn. The Chinese is now also working on the same. And what this means is that there is enough nuclear fuel for the length of Earth, which is roughly 4.5 billion years before the sun will swallow up the Earth. And we can take it out without having mining operations on land. This is really good news, and it basically means that nuclear is renewable and sustainable, of course. So, but modern nuclear power, and then I'm talking about fourth generation, has eliminated these risks that a lot of people associate with them, and the ones I've talked about. And it can burn nuclear waste, and it generates up to 100 times more energy. So the future is this kind of reactors. And then I should explain, of course, a little bit how they work. Here we have a light water reactor, which is a traditional reactor the way it works today. So here you see you need to take out 250 tons of natural uranium from the ground, out of which 1.75 tons is uranium-235. And this is the uranium that gives radiation, which is damaging. These power plants, they need roughly 5% uranium-235. So we have to enrich this natural uranium until we have roughly 5%. And that can be done chemically or centrifuges. And as you see here is done one cycle, so we end up with 35 tons with 1.15 tons uranium. And this is the lowest enrichment level that you can use. And then you put it into a reactor. But because of the reactor has mechanical rods, the mechanical integrity is important, so they have to replace them after only 5 to 8% of the energy is extracted. Then we have basically 35 tons of spent fuel, and here you see the breakdown. This has to be stored for 200,000+ years, and here you see 300 kilos plutonium. This is, of course, one of the reasons that these reactors were developed also initially to produce plutonium for nuclear weapon. Here we have a molten salt reactor, a fluid molten salt reactor with a closed loop. And here you can take 1 ton of thorium and you burn it. You have 1 ton out. But what's really interesting here is that, first of all, you have much higher extraction of energy. 99% of the energy that can be extracted is extracted. And in terms of storage, 83% of the fission products must be stored for 10 years, and the remaining only for 300 years. And as you see, you only get 100 grams of plutonium. And in order to make a small bomb, you need at least 8 kilos, which means that you need the inventory of 80 such reactors to produce one single bomb. And countries who has 80 such reactors, they will obviously make bombs in a much easier way than using this kind of technology. So for that reason, we say that this kind of technology is largely impossible in terms of weapon production. So, but what's really important there is that the reactor design is much more important than anything else, really. And Hyman Rickover, who was head of the the strategic nuclear submarines in the US, he said that nuclear power is 95% nuclear engineering and 5% nuclear physics. So what he meant by that, it's about finding the practical ways to harness the power of nuclear reactions. Understanding the reactions itself is not enough. So this is actually primarily an engineering challenge. And in terms of fuel, the molten salt reactors that I will soon show, they work with uranium, they could work with thorium, they could even work with trans-uranium elements, which is what we call nuclear waste. That's why some of the companies today, they brand their nuclear reactors as waste burners. And there are two major types. One is a so-called once through, which is what they use today. Basically, you send the fuel through it one time, and that is why there are so much energy left. In a closed loop, however, the fuel goes around and around and around and around many times until it's fully extracted. So closed loop reactors are by far the most preferable ones. And here we see just a snapshot of this is from the IAEA's book 2020 edition on small modular reactors. And here we see enormous amount of different reactor designs. All of them have different applications and strengths and weaknesses and so on. Here, if you can see where I point, but on the North America and South America, we see the design that Bill Gates and TerraPower is now working on. And that is a very interesting design because it's modular. So you just add small reactors to build up a bigger one, which makes it very scalable, flexible, and so on. Anyway, here is the famous molten salt reactor, and this is actually a picture from the 60s. And what you see here was actually able to produce 7 megawatt thermal effect. And this is not a mechanical device with fuel rods and so on, but this is a liquid chemical device. So basically, the fuel is melted, everything is melted into the molten salt. And this, the very one that you see here on the picture, operated perfectly over three some years, 17,000 hours, 80% uptime, which is extremely good. And because of this, it's very scalable, it's simple, and come back to safety, and it's very cost efficient. Yeah. Imagine this. How many prototypes have you seen or heard about that have 80% uptime? That's really not uncommon. And it goes to show how good this technology is. So safety, which is obviously key. And all these fourth generations reactors, they are walk-away safe. And the molten salt reactor is one of the best. And the reason for that is that it has negative reactivity, which means that the warmer it gets, the less it reacts. And they even tested out in the 60s in the Oak Ridge National Laboratory. Then they had control rods for the sake of safety, since no one had made such a reactor before at the time. They pulled these rods out, pushed on the reactor, and it went from 7 megawatt up to 9, but then it flattened out. It would not go any further. So that means this reactor is inherently stable. The fuel is already melted, so it cannot melt. So the whole story about melting down core and so on is not even remotely relevant. It works on atmospheric pressure, which means that there's no power in it for explosion. And here we have this freeze plug, and if we cut the power, it will melt and it would dump the molten salt into a tank below, and the whole thing will stop. It solidifies and stops. So this is one of the few reactors where you actually need to have active power on to prevent it from stopping. So if something like Fukushima happened, where they actually closed down the reactor correctly, but because of the tsunami knocked out the the cooling pumps, the left energy in the reactor was so high, and when the cooling pumps were knocked out, the heat basically electrolyzed the water, and we had hydrogen gas, and with the high pressure that was inside, it exploded. This is completely impossible here. If this loses the power, it will stop automatically, and this was tested out many, many times too. But what's really good also about safety is the enormous reduction of waste. Here we see a light water reactor, which is what they use today. If you run it for 200 years to 1,000 megawatt hours, 1,000 megawatt effect, you will need roughly 38,000 tons of natural uranium. The simplest molten salt reactor, which is once through, has already reduced this by 73%, down to 10,000 tons. But the closed loop one, the liquid fluoride thorium reactor, or LIFTR as we say, has reduced the amount by 98%. And also keep in mind that both these molten salt reactors not only have reduced the amount like this, but they also reduced the storage to only 10 years and 300 years for a small fraction of the material. So that means that the whole waste discussion will fundamentally change. So why was this stopped? Well, it was Cold War. The light water reactor was more developed, and the strategic submarines with Hyman Rickover needed a solution fast. So they went to Oak Ridge and asked Weinberg, the director there, which reactor type was most mature in terms of technology development. And he said that if you need something really fast, the light water reactor is the furthest. And that was it. The table caught the words, and so that's why the light water reactor was prioritized. If he had said molten salt reactor instead, it could have been a completely different story. Anyway, and then later on in the 70s and so on, we had the arms race, and of course they needed plutonium and uranium for bombs. And as we can see, these reactors don't give much of that. So, yeah. And also Weinberg didn't work politically towards Washington. So Washington didn't really understand what was there. Then came 9/11, and they realized we need a safe non-proliferation technology. And then it came up again, and Newsweek wrote a very good article where they said that the most promising path forward is to return to the road not taken 50 years ago. And this started this movement or discussions that we have today, really, because over the late 70s, 80s, and 90s, most didn't even know about the molten salt reactor. If you read MIT large study called The Future of Nuclear from 2003, they mentioned molten salt twice and molten salt reactor. Molten salt reactor twice and thorium twice. Nothing connection, no description, no nothing. In 2018 edition, very different, of course. But that means, as Furukawa said, one of the Japanese pioneers, that this topic wasn't even taught in nuclear engineering in 70s, 80s, and 90s. That's why. But this accident, this terrorism, and brought some of the older guys back on the field and said, well, there is a way of solving this. And luckily, Oak Ridge put all this out publicly so we can read. And many more have done studies since. And what's really interesting about it is the sheer amount of documentation they have put out, including very detailed cost calculations. And here we see one done in 78 and one done in 2000. And look at the numbers. In Norwegian, this is 30 øre per kilowatt hour, or roughly, as you see, less than 4 cents per kilowatt hour. And coal is 4.2 cents per kilowatt hour. And this is before CO2 taxes. So it's actually cheaper than coal before taxes. And also keep in mind that after 25 years, the capital expenditures are gone. And then so that means if we take this 2.01 up here on capital and make it 0, which is what it will be after year 25, then we see that the cost will actually be roughly half, less than half. So we're talking about 10-15 øre per kilowatt hour, or roughly 1.5 cents per kilowatt hour. This is really, really cheap. Anyway, so that's the backdrop we have to take with us. And then my background coming from the marine industry is, how do we solve this one, for example? Here we have Emma Maersk and, 250 tons heavy fuel oil per day. That's what they consume. Currently, there are no realistic solution for these vessels. So, and if you look at the emission, there's also a lot. International shipping has 87% of total emissions, whereas the bulk oil and container vessels represent 55%. If shipping was a country, it would have been the 6th largest emitter, just above Germany. And emissions are increasing despite improvements in technology. And what has happened is that they basically increased the speed, because speed is money in this industry and they need revenues. So that's why. And currently no realistic solution on any of these big vessels. So then I took upon me, and a couple of years ago, I did a study, and I managed to find some really good number for Aframax tanker that has this kind of two-stroke heavy fuel oil engine, 15 megawatt electric. And I thought, okay, let's take the Japanese molten salt reactor. And I just made a simple sketch, as you see. This is called Fuji. Has been tested, but not built. And then I did some calculations on these two, using this Aframax tanker running between Singapore and Persian Gulf. There was enough data that I could actually do it. And here's the freeze plug there. Then, over 30-year lifespan of a deep sea vessel, we would actually save about $67 million by using the nuclear option compared to heavy fuel oil. And the thing is that with the nuclear option, of course, you have to pay much more upfront, but the fuel is very cheap. In a commercial reactor today, the fuel accounts for only 1.6% of total cost. So like the US Navy say, 30 years at 30 knots. That could be the kind of slogan for this. And many of these smaller reactors that I had a picture of that are now being developed around the world can fit into these vessels without any problems. So the idea is basically to standardize and modularize the molten salt reactor and manufacture them as products, for example, in Norway or elsewhere. Build them into a concrete sarcophagus for safety reason, including radiation, of course. So even if this ship would sink, it would not release anything to the environment. Keep in mind that these reactors don't have cooling in and out like the light water reactors. It can be built completely as an isolated box. Then use molten salt battery for load management. A molten salt battery is almost the same as a molten salt reactor. It's just that it doesn't have the nuclear aspect to it. It's just molten salt in a big container. The good thing about molten salt is that it can contain a very high amount of thermal energy. So by moving thermal energy from the reactor over to this battery, you can manage the load very effectively. These reactors are, in fact, what they call load-following reactors. So the molten salt battery would primarily be to put energy into it when you are, for example, docking on a quayside and so on, and you don't want to emit all the energy into the ocean, for example. Then you could put it into this battery and you can use it when you leave the quay, for example. These batteries hold many, many hours, 15, 24, 30 hours, something like that. Yeah, major reductions in cost and environmental impact. And I think that's really important. If we are going to approach something called sustainability, we cannot do it by subsidies. Subsidies is okay in a transition for a few years, but not year after year after year after year. That simply doesn't work. Yeah, and I think for deep sea fleet, this is only a really credible solution. And the other way, for the smaller vessels, we are also looking into that. You can also see our reactor on land, and they can produce synthetic fuel from the from the rest energy. And then this synthetic fuel can basically be used with more or less the engines as they are today. That would be a very good viable option. And the synthetic fuel that can be produced from nuclear reactors are much, much cheaper than the kind of numbers we see today on ammoniac and green hydrogen and these things. Way forward, well, it's so-called early demonstration stage. China is actually testing one right now, started in September. They say that they expect to have a commercial version ready before 2030. And the Financial Times call it the holy grail of nuclear power. And if the Chinese now manages this, it will change the energy discussion fundamentally, I think. The US is also working very hard on this with Bill Gates, TerraPower. Many, many other countries too, France, UK, and so on. But there is more work required. There is issues on materials for piping and pressure vessels. Most of these of the material issues were solved in the 70s, but there are still a testing issue because no one has tested it for 30 years, basically. So that is still a little bit uncertain thing, but it's mostly just a cost issue. The worst that could happen was that they just have to change out more frequently. The chemical cleaning process for the salt is something that is the most being researched the most now, simply because there is more economic savings to be achieved. And here, of course, you have another fourth generation molten reactor, one running on liquid lead. The liquid lead reactors doesn't use this salt, so with them you don't even need this chemical cleaning process. But the liquid lead reactors are suffering from corrosion, so there is a genuine research on the material part to be solved. Then, of course, you have ship design, performance, and in many countries, well, in a less and less number of countries, but at least still in some countries, including Norway, there needs to be work done on the political front. Yeah, so that was it. Questions and hopefully answers. I think I take it out of presentation mode, so hopefully I can see you guys. Let's see. Yeah, now I see.
Thank you, Jan, for your excellent presentation. Considering that we are in video conference, I will ask the participants if they have questions for answering now. So, do you have any question to make to Jan?
Then I have.
Okay. Please.
Hi, Jan, and thank you for your presentation. I don't know whether you have seen it, but I wrote a paper together with Halvor Skøyen about about the experience we had with the atomic vessel in the maritime industry. We only have 4 ships, as you probably know, and one of the outcome we made of that study was also to put it into the high-speed container ships, because as you said, speed is money, and you can generate a lot of energy in this way of. So, and we have a lot of experience in the military industry, submarines and so forth. They are using atomic, and you never hear anything, unfortunately. So, for commercial purpose, that could be interesting in going this direction.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then we actually invited to come to Denmark to the Ship Owner Association to do the presentation. And there was this Danish company, you probably know them, Seaborg.
Yeah, Seaborg.
They are based on the same technology as you talk about here.
Yes,
and
that's true.
And the understanding I had from that meeting, where you see the technical directors from the ship owners companies, they were very keen on this technology to see whether this could be as alternative to ammoniac and all the other things we talk about today.
Yes.
So, have you looked into their technology as well, the Seaborg technology?
Yes, absolutely. We are actually in the process of developing a large project with the aim of actually doing this. Put it into real life. That's my aim.
But that's I think some of the outcome we had from that study also answer some of the question you're highlighting here, the political frontiers and so forth, because we know from the beginning of the military ships sailing with atomic engines, there was obstruction all the places where all the ports they were coming to. So if we want to have container vessels, commercial ships coming in all different kind of ports in the world, then we need to have some agreements on how to handle that.
Yeah, absolutely. I know both Rotterdam and Shanghai have done work on this, and I think the first solution will be to look at terminal-to-terminal shipping, because basically it's less risk and easier to sell politically. And after, let's say, 10, 20 years of operation demonstrating that it's very, very safe, then I think people will be willing to discuss more typical harbor like, Rotterdam and these ones.
Yeah.
Oh, but really interesting to hear. I didn't get your name, but could you just send me an email or yeah.
I contact I will contact.
Excellent.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan, for your excellent presentation. So, since there are no more questions, I believe, we'll proceed for the next speaker, Ken Steger Jensen, professor from USN, and will present the talk, Sustainable Logistics for Distribution of New Energy Sources. Ken, please.
Thank you. How do we get the presentation up and running?
Okay.
I think actually I like to stand up, sitting down and doing presentations, not so much me. That's okay?
Which one? This?
It's the last one here. Yeah, there it is.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sure. If I do that? Oh, you do that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. It's because I like to use the pointer. If I point on this one, nobody can see it, and that's why I'm turning around. When you're doing lecturing for 20 years, you know this kind of stuff you have to learn from. But anyway, thank you for allowing us coming and do this presentation. It is actually some research proposal we come with based on some of the studies we have made so far. And we very much like to do further research on these areas. Hopefully we could do some projects together on this area to move on to this green transitions we are working on, which is very hard for everyone, I guess, particularly for the transportation and the maritime industry. So this is what I'm starting. Unfortunately, my template is from Aalborg University. I'm very sorry to say so. I didn't come with the same flight as the other one, so that's why I stand Aalborg University. Basically, I have a professorship also in USN in Norway. So think this as a USN presentation. That's very important. As you mentioned before, I have been working as a marine and ship officer for 10 years, and And then I studied mechanical engineering, and that's why I have this blended education background. I think actually for the time being, when we talk about transitions, cross-disciplinary is very important skills to have. And I think actually we should be more focusing on people having these disciplinary skills instead of going to be very small and specialized in very small areas. This is where the big innovation area is in the future. Take a look on the big invent. It is in the cross-disciplinary area. So that's why we should educate people in this area. Okay? Okay, please shift it.
Okay.
Yeah, first of all, I will talk about mainly the driver for application I would want to talk about. I want to talk about planning and control system supporting this green transition we talk about. But basically, there is demand for a green infrastructure, sustainable green infrastructure. And at the time being, we see some of the atomic approaches just before, but in general, the transition is very hard because we don't have any solution or any by default solution to follow or standards to follow. So this is why it's very time consuming and everybody waiting for the right investment to do. So this gaming of when should we go into the market is why this is going very slow. So we have to expect this will go for at least a decade before we see substitution in the fleet. Remember also the ships have a lifetime of more than 20 years. So if you have the biggest fleet in the world, and if we make regulations saying tomorrow you're not allowed to sail with your heavy fuel ships, he will lose all his assets. I mean, there's no second-hand market for his ships anymore. So for sure, everyone who has a fleet, they will say, well, easy, let's have a speed where I can follow, whether my ships can take out of operation and invest in new ships. So we need to be aware that I guess every ships owner, they are very sensitive to this kind of regulation. But in general, I will come up with some proposals, at least two, where we look on how should we then plan and control this, because we do not take into account energy resources in our planning. We take into account material and capacity and the resources we need, but we are not taking into account how should we do the planning and taking into account the energy consumption. Where is the energy coming from and what is the emissions of this? And how should we actually optimizing our planning and control, where we also take into account the energy. So suddenly we have new trade-off we need to take into account. So this is actually the proposal I've come up. And actually my background for doing planning and controls, I have to say it, because you're thinking, why this is a mechanical engineer? What does he knows about this? I actually have taken my PhD in the IT company called Oracle. Oracle is from US, high software vendors. And they have advanced planning and scheduling systems to their enterprise applications. And I did my PhD in this area and optimization. So if you take a look, I'll show you some of the screens from the Oracle application. I have actually made that during my PhD and have even patents on this optimization engine. So this is actually my background for talking about planning and control. And we are interested in all different kinds of problems in this area. So please, industry suppliers to the industry, if you're interested in making applications, we will be interested to collaborate. Next slide, please. I think I have this control, but I don't have it. Yeah, the motivation, we just have this, but could you take the next screen? Oh, it's now they come. We have two objectives we like to fulfill by doing these kind of projects. The first one is to do a joint industrial PhDs, because it will be cross-disciplinary competence we need to have. If we have a marina, we need to have software industry to do the collaboration, or opposite, if we have a marina software, we need to have some computer skills. So this cross-disciplinary, this is why we need to do the industrial PhD approach, and helping us as a university also to be able to handle in the future, because we are too specialized in many areas in universities. Mechanical engineers, they don't know so much yet of software, computer science, and this kind of stuff. And opposite, if you allow computer science people to do an application for the sea, I'm not sure it will be a ship. so we need to do the cross-disciplinary. So for helping us to be the future, delivering the right education, also for ships officers, we need to be better, at least to the two mega trends, the digitalization and the green transition. These are very two big mega trends we need to be capable of handling. And on short term, you may say that the green transition is something to do with the substitution of some hardware and so forth, and then everything is fixed. Change on the buckles, the light, the LED light instead, so forth. I mean, low-hanging fruit. But on the long term, if we want to be sustainable, it will become a digital solution we need to handle it. Short term, it will be changing some technology. On the long term, green transition is also a digitalization issue. We even have seen this today where we do remote controlling before. So this is kind of the issues. Yeah, thank you. And the second one was, of course, that we wanted to have collaboration with the industry. Okay, when the slide is coming, this is showing a classic view from a cargo owner perspective. If you are owning cargo, you view the supply chain this way. This is the classic education program for supply chain management and logistics people and so forth, where you're focusing on who is the owner of the cargo. But basically, if we want to, or what you could say, what is missing here is actually, if you take the next slide, is where are the service providers? Where are the logistics service providers? Yes, they are here, but we are definitely missing something. If you take the next slide. And this is where the most heavy part of the energy consumption is. This is where, if you take a view from a logistics service provider, you have all the terminals operations you need to take into account. You have the terminal at the ship's yard. You have to do the heavy lifting. You have container ships sailing for the next. All these places handling cross-docking activities, so forth. They are not so much in focus in companies who are cargo owner. And the reason for that is during the 90s, where we had the core competence development, where companies focusing on what are the core business we having. They was outsourcing the shipping part. So shipping from industries who are co-owners is something foreigners is doing, third-party logistics. And they have no clue what's actually going on. So all this handling, they don't see it. And they believe that when I ship something from Norway to Portugal, they believe that it's one truck driving all the way. But if you take a look on how they're handling or through the way, it would be handling many times and cross-docking for another truck and so forth. So there's a lot of activities we don't see in reality. And this is where a lot of energy consumption also be. And you don't see this energy consumption if you take a look on a product. If you take a product, the product describing what is the energy consumption when you do the manufacturing of it. But when you leave in the company and it is distributed, they have no clue what are the routing of this material. So you can get beans from Brazil, get them to Europe, and then you're manufacturing on them, then you're changing the item number because suddenly it's a new item. And this new item have a clean sheet on sustainable regarding CO2 and so forth. So now it's a new item. You can't see the path of all the actually emissions from Brazil and to Europe and further on to the customer. But they're missing these transparency issues. I know for sure you will go more in detail on this green labeling, because the green labeling is a tool for handling this kind of issues where we have how can we track actually the full life of the product. But these are the activities very often companies missing, and this is where the logistics provider operating in. Please take the next one. I know the picture is not so well, so that's why I'm jumping further. Regarding the sustainability, I believe that more than less the chains will look like they do today. Maybe we will source a little bit more from local sourcing due to the CO2 emissions and tax and duties on CO2. It will be increasing since we can't fulfill the requirement of reducing the CO2 because we are conservative in the approach to this. the only regulation left to the political people is to turn on the taxes and duties. And when you turn on tax and duties, the operation radius for the companies to say, why should I source from a low payments country becoming less and less and less? And suddenly the benefits from doing local sourcing is there, obviously, for them. And this is why this might be one of the reasons why we will see more local sourcing. Of course, maybe they will also change something in the energy sensitive product to find some alternatives to that. But mainly the change will be more than less the same for the product and so forth. But what would be changed is actually we will see all different kinds of energy sources used in industry. It will not only be based on coal or oil in this case. So we will see all our technologies like electricity, we will see hydrogen, ammonia, and all this kind of methanol and ethanols, and all this kind of stuff will be solution in the future, because there will be no monetary way of doing this. So this is why, since we will see so many different kinds of technology, people will be waiting to say, okay, what are going to be the de facto standard before I do my investment? And everybody's saying the same. This will be time consuming before we get open up the flow of this. But I think after the last presentation also was saying, okay, where will we see the first movement in this area? He, for instance, said, okay, with atomic vessels, with this multi-salt approach, it could be the logistic hubs where we started, meaning the ports and terminals where we could see the first place. Of course, the logistics hubs are where the transportation is meeting, both the sea-land decoupling, but also you can see here, this could be a good place for loading and unloading energy. So the first movement could be the port and the terminals, which are the main driver for the transitions, because they have the scale of activities. But they both can maybe delivering, for instance, ammonia for the ships, but they can also deliver hydrogen for the trucks, because the trucks probably will be another technology. At least when I talk to the German companies working in this area, they don't say ammonia for everything. MAN, for instance, make high ship engines and small engines for trucks, and it will be not the same technology. So we need to be thinking that we need to have different kind of energy consumptions. But I guess actually the port and terminal will be a very strategic way of seeing the first implementation of the concept. So this is leading us to the power to X. And if you take the next slide, I will not go into detail of power to X, but because the power to X meanings actually, we need to go into the renewable energy as where the energy is coming from. But since you can't store so much energy in the grid power supply, you need to transform it to some of this power to X alternatives. And this is just showing the principle behind the power to X solutions. What we will be focusing on is actually the outcome of this power to X solution, because we need to distribute it to the customers. And how will this going to be? We don't have any standards for doing this today. But in general, if you take a look, I understand some numbers. This is not important, but it's more to understand what is actually power to X. We have some energy getting into the system, and since we need to store it, transform it to something else, we make electrolyzing it, splitting water with splitting it to oxygen and to hydrogen, and then we have the hydrogen. The issue with the hydrogen, you need to compress it and cooling it in order to have it liquid. So it's quite expensive, and the process itself for electrolyzing is very expensive on energy. So this is not very expensive actually. We need a lot of energy in the future if this is going to be the way we go into the future. So we need some power, and we have all mechanical system have the bio product is the heating. All mechanical system has heating as a alternative outcome. Everybody probably knows the thermodynamic laws. So there will be heating, all the machineries, there's some heating. That's why we could see the ports and terminals also be very nearby the power plants. And for instance, in Aalborg, where I'm living, the power plant is actually using the heating water to supply the houses for warming. the diaphragm. We have a circulating system taking care of that. This is a way warm in the house. We don't have the same amount of sun as you have down here in Portugal. Unfortunately, I would love to have it anyway. But we can store the hydrogen, and we can use hydrogen. We can export that to customers. So if we have drivers, truck drivers, of course, on hydrogen, or small vessel shuttling between, we can use hydrogen. The other thing is we could actually make, based on hydrogen, we put in some nitrogen. 80% of the air is nitrogen, so it's quite easy to take that from the air. And then ammonia is what we believe so far would be the main energy source for the future main carriers, big supply ships. And also ammonia is even actually a good way of carrying energy, because it's not so explosive as the hydrogen. This is more sensitive, and you only need to compress this. You don't need to have the cooling on this one. 20 bars on ammonia, this is enough. Then you can actually pack it. So if you want to store it, it's more less expensive to store it as ammonia compared to hydrogen. And the energy sensitivity is very high in these forms anyway. So we could actually transport fuels as ammonia, and we can even split it up again and get the hydrogen if we want to. Chemical processes forward and re-engineering, as we call it. So these are the two main from this kind of power to X, the main outcome, and the input of sustainable energy in the end of the day. But hydrogen needs to compression and cooling, and this is only need to be compressed. Thank you. Next one. So what are the main challenges? Yeah, we are already open up with the handling, the distributing it, and is challenging compared to what we're doing today. As I just mentioned for you, the hydrogen, if we take a look on hydrogen, because it's very promising actually, it's quite easy to use, easy. You can do some retrofitting on existing two-strokes engines and actually run on hydrogen. And you can do even ammonia also, but then you need to have high temperature processes after the exhaust gases like we do in on an ordinary cars today. Of course, when you do this high temperature, you have a chemical industry processes which is decomposing this dangerous stuff. But the problem is, like, we need to store the energy, and if we need to store it because we cannot only be running on electricity. Electricity, of course, we can use it as a first priority. We don't need to do any conversion. This is a high quality energy, if you know the second law of thermodynamics. But we need also to transport it to ammonia and hydrogen, because we need to store it, and we need to have it on ships which can use it far away from infrastructure. And using as I mentioned here, the hydrogen, you also need to compress it, and it is quite expensive operation. So what I'm aiming for here is actually, if we want to run this kind of logistics flows of the energy to the whole industry, which is the key of this discussion, how should we then plan and control it? Because if we don't do this smart and know what are the requirements, what is the demand and so forth, we're ending up having too much on inventory, and we need to have compression, and we need to have a cooling system up and running. So if you can't do this strategic way of leveling, putting in on stock and waiting for later purpose, like you can do with oil, for instance. It's not so expensive to have oil on stock, but if you have this kind of energy, this is very expensive. So we believe that if you want to run in this business, and somebody need to take this market, people are waiting, but they don't know what should the business model be, because they know that they probably have to develop their own tanks for the hydrogen or ammonia, and making the whole infrastructure, and you need to be recycling the containers because they cost 3 million per year. So how many containers of high pressure cooling system do you need to have in your loop? And this could be the devil itself if you can't control it. So we want to minimizing the amount of this And this requires some intelligent way of operating compared to what we do today. Please take it. So we're ending up with the two proposals I have. The first one is regarding big data. If we normally the master data we are using for planning and control is not based so much on third-party information. But if you go for the big data thinking, you're hinting third-party information. You can hint to go into the stock market or market for hydrogen to see what are the prices right now. You also need to have some information on what are the consumption at the consumer, at the customers. And we actually know what we are consuming on the ship. We just saw the example from one of the Maersk ships using 200,000 tons per day. We actually know how much we're using. So if we actually use the information from the ship, the routing planning, the weather conditions, from the forecast, what can we expect of consumption in order to maintain the time schedule, we can see his energy consumption. We can recalculate to say, okay, he needs so much energy. Does he have the energy, or do we need to fulfill not only second port we're going to, but already the next port because he's going to use more than expected? This will be the natural life. Because we do that already today, but there's no issue because we can get oil anyway, so we just get the bunker anywhere. But in future, we need to be much better to handle this. What are the market prices and what are the consumption at the consumers? And we don't have this information today. So this is actually used to generate because we want to optimize the profit, of course. We need to figure out what should the price be on a given time. What are the amount I should produce? I mean, I shouldn't produce more than as just in time, because if I do this close to just in time as possible, I don't have so much storage. I don't have so much inventory. I just generate what is needed and distribute it right away. There's nothing new in this, you can say. Good business is doing just in time, of course, but this is much more sensitive in this business. That is why this is interesting. So we need to use some artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. And these are some of the new tools because we can't be managing this manually. So we need to use some of this technology. And they are working very well compared to forecasting methods with time series models and forth. I've been doing this all my life and just surprised how effective they actually are. Sorry to say so, because I've been working with forecast models for a decade. But this artificial machine learning algorithms, they are quite good and can help us in this planning of this requirement. So this is one way to do the optimization of revenue management if we want to distribute and having a supply chain of sustainable energy. And then we also use deep learning algorithm to make sure that we are always optimizing the outcome. Here's the next proposal. The next proposal is the logistic process itself. Can you see it? There we are. As I said in the beginning, normally when we do the planning, this is of course from a company point of view, we do the product owner, but normally we do the planning of materials and the capacity we need to do the manufacturing, for instance, or distribution, or trucks, we need to have the terminals and tractors and terminals lifting equipment. But what could be interesting to say, okay, if I have the master data as well on my resources and what are they consuming of it, depending on what kind of task they're doing, then I could actually also calculate what is the requirement for energy and how much energy should I ordering and how much should I have prepared when I need to switch my energy on my resources. And this is actually what we have in mind here, taking into account the energy consumption when we do the planning and control, and actually use it as a parameter you also want to take into account if you want to do the optimization of your factory or your operations. I just have some screenshots also. Next one. As I mentioned before, I have been working on advanced planning and scheduling system, and they are already today doing optimization. They're using basically both SAP from Germany and Oracle from US and some of the big vendors. They already today using software codes called software from iLog. It was a French company in the beginning, but today it's IBM who brought them up and called Cplex. And what you can do in this kind of planning control system is that you can have two approaches to your optimization or your planning control. You can have either a constraint-based approach or you can have an optimization approach. In the first one, you don't have an object function which you're optimizing. So it's based on business rules where you're telling it, we want to achieve this result, and then the constraint-based algorithm will try to achieve your objectives as close as possible. It's the goal programming and using to do the optimization, and it's a constraint satisfaction formulation you're using. You use a search method which is different from classic optimization because they are too slow. You can't solve big problems if you do that way. The other way, as I mentioned here you actually have some object function and you have the soft constraints, and in order to reaching your as close by you can to the object function, you have soft constraints. That's why you try to minimize the deviation from this soft constraints. Soft constraints could, for instance, be the capacity on machine, on inventory or service level. If you have that, you try to minimize, of course, the deviation from your service. You might have defined a service level on inventory to be 95%, and then you might be deviating from that in order to get the best optimal solution. Please take the next one just to show some of the screen. How does it look like from the screen point of view? This is from Oracle. Here you can see how you actually have your object function, which is 3 parameters. No, this is the first one. Here you can see if you want to generate an optimized plan, you need to take into how long should the plan be. The smart thing is here that we can do only one plan. It contains high-level planning and the detailed scripting. This is the only way anybody has done that ever. SAP doing hierarchical planning, SOP, MPS, and MRP planning, all different planning levels. Oracle can do that in one shot. And the reason why they can do it is because within the planned periods of time, you have different kind of periods which have different kind of aggregation levels. It becomes a little bit technical, I know that. But the smart thing is it's only for the first period of time you also do the scheduling. So that's why this plan both have the high-level planning and also the low-level scheduling in one plan. But it doesn't have scheduling for the whole period. This is why you can do that in one shot. But this is actually showing that you want to take into account your resource constraints or material constraints that you can decide, and also what kind of aggregation level you want to do the planning. Let's take the next one. So here actually you integrate both the planning and the scheduling, the execution of the activities. The next one is the object optimization tab. And here you see we have 3 object functions. And this is where we should have the 4th, which is the energy. We should have the energy consumption, which we could take into account and do the optimization. And all this one will be called soft constraints. So if we deviate from this one, we should define some penalty if we deviate from this one. But this is actually the approach. We have the start, we have some methods, we have some models. We can build further on, but we need to build on the energy definitions, meaning that we need the master data for energy consumption. And these are the 2 proposals I had in mind. Thank you for listening.
Okay. Any questions?
Please.
Okay. So, we are going to proceed to the next presentation. Pira Vartan, Professor USN, with the presentation Green Labeling. Okay. Let's see what's the presentation. Which one? This one. Okay.
Shifting.
A little bit delayed.
No,
we come.
that is wrong. Yes, thank you for coming. As I said, Per Håvard, I'm the opposite part of this sustainable project that you said from Ken. But cross competence stuff. I see a lot of stuff, but you don't let me play with the technical systems. I will have a meltdown in a hydro general power plant. But I'm also seeing it from the business side, and of course, I'm going to talk about green labeling. Green labeling isn't a new thing. We had it for a lot of years. Companies saying they are environmentally friendly, saying that they're saving the planet and everything like that. And what's been lately is that what's the reliability? Good example is from facts from Norway. They sold cod, locally produced cod. Yes, we catch cod in Norway from Norwegian fishing vessels, and they sold it in the shops in Norway. They just forgot to tell that cod was sent to China, frozen, made into fishing fillets, and sent back. But that was still locally produced. So of course, the reliability of the whole system just fell on that one. And then UK did the same on cattle imported from South America. So what we have been looking into is this, okay, how can we make a reliable eco-labeling? And for us, we mean that will be that all the information is true. It's the real life number, and it is live as possible. I'm also going to say that I'm not going to go through the whole green labeling ID. I'm going to show also another way we're working at USM by taking up a masterpieces delivered this summer on one approach to a small part of this green labeling. And in the end, I will show a masterpieces that has started up now to be delivered next summer. That is in fact a continuous work on the first one. This is to show how we are going to use masterpieces to build small blocks into the big picture we want to do. So the first one is local. He's a teacher at the USN now, named Vegard Ravn. He delivered masterpieces this summer, and he was looking at this Port Environmental Performance Index. The whole idea was to make a system to see how ports could measure their environmental impact on all levels, on everything. In order to make it easier for the port to say it was a green port. Because that's one of the big problems we have. If somebody say that we are a green port, then you should have, of course, ask the question back, how green? What do you mean by green port? They're saying circular economy, also something is coming in. What do the port mean by it? This idea here is instead to get a system where the port doesn't have to say it's a green port. They can just show the number, and the people can by that understand that, okay, this is a green port. I took with this one from his research because this is the call made in Norway, what they wanted in order to get sustainable ports in the Nordic countries. So I'm not going to talk too much about the PEPI, but the idea is to say this is a research project that we got in where his master thesis delivered some of the answer to it. And I'm saying that we are going to use his answers to develop new master theses we can put into new research and also new projects. So his main concern is that even if we're going to be green, if we're going to be sustainable, we have to have the business model also. I'm a businessman myself, a business development, and I know that we will not have sustainable and green ports if the ports will lose money on it. It must be economically feasible also. And if we're ending up with a system that's saying that no, the solution to not pollution is too expensive, then the government must have a system saying that, okay, then we tax the one that is polluting, or we can give funding to the other one. But then we have to prove in the system how good we can do it. Because I know no port is going to do a green port unless it is compatible with the other. Porters 5 forces will still rule the system. So have this one in the mind also when all talking about. I'm not going to say that this is going to be too expensive for the maritime industry, because I know the maritime industry has to be compatible. This is a way to show that maybe we can make a system where people are willing to pay more because they know it's a sustainable system, or B, the government will make the tax system, change it in order to make it profitable to do the sustainable version. And what's the problem with these green labeling systems so far? When it comes to what they're delivering. One thing is the criteria is conflicting. It's very difficult to have reduced time of cargo in the port, unless, of course, the transmission of CO2 will go up. Then you can say we can have slow steaming. We can use cargo storage in the port. That will increase the area of the port. And a lot of cities, in fact, not liking that one. In Norway now, all the ports are in high pressure now to reduce the area they're using. So what should be the criteria then? I mean, for the city, a small port is the best one. We don't want to see it, too much of it. But of course, a large port is easier to store and can move back and forth. But of course, cross-moving is also using fuel. Then, of course, there's uncertainties. How much fuel does a truck use? Yeah, we can go to the manufacturer and ask. But of course, is it winter or is it summer? Is the maintenance of the machinery good or not? There's a lot of things into it that change the actual use of fuel. I'm not saying that if you're using biofuel or marine diesel oil or regular diesel, it's just the optimization of the engine will reduce fuel itself. But of course, 20 degrees below zero will increase the use of fuel. And of course, it's inaccurate information. Do we have all the numbers we need? On a ship, it is in fact a bit easier because we know how much fuel we are consuming. We can measure that one. We can predict in a lot of ways, but in the end, we know how much we used and we can take that number. In a port, it's a bit difficult. The heating, it was a number of trucks into it, the MAFIs, the tugs, all those small bits and pieces are in fact giving pollution in itself and the CO2 emission. How can a port say that this is a number we have? Our number is true. So what we come up with, this is this idea of a business case for port environmental sustainability. Of course, I'm not always at the moment only talking about the port, but this is of course possible to move from terminal to terminal and put the ship into it. But say if you're using master thesis at the moment, and his master was into the port, and it is a very important part of it anyway. And what he will come up with is this, what he called a PEPI model. I'm not going into the detail of it because that took me for long anyway. What he is looking for was KPIs that was possible to measure when it comes to pollution or CO2 or anything. And he had 884 KPIs. Saying that some of these are not possible to measure, some of them is easy to measure, and some is challenging to measure. But his master thesis stopped on this one. And they're saying that 884 is a lot of stuff. This is only possible by big data, digitalization, and put it into an automatic system for decision making. And then we're into the software part of his system. But the model from what he's saying we can use about this, it is possible to make it environmental and sustainable port. And of course, you can use this as long-term planning. It's easy, I think, also to know what's the right thing to do if we can measure where the really bad stuff is. We can strengthen the port, and maybe that is one of the most important one, because if we want to move more goods from the roads to the ships and using waterways, port is the main problem now. To tell it is environmentally best solution. And of course, this can also make a game changer to how the port should be developed in the future, and where it maybe should be placed also. What I've been doing now with my next master student, because she wanted to look at the green labeling in a live version, and we decided to go after the air pollution, the CO2 footprint, because it's our main goal with that part is that if we can take the product, this pen, or your beans, or in fact also your oil, and can tell how much CO2 footprint that small item, this pen, not that one, made on its travel from production to the consumer, then we have a real green labeling live, and we can tell the consumers, you have bought one that has 2.5, because we use the biodiesel in the truck delivered to your door also. So this is a way to take out small of the PP and go after the CO2 and see if we can make it into a system for answering some of this one. And I'm not going to answer all this one in this project. I'm going to also, hopefully we can make a new project to go after some of this one also. But we are at the moment a bit up here, because we know we have to make a system digital. And then of course we have played with ID. Can we make this the whole chain? Can we make the factory do the same? Can we make the shipping companies do the same? Can we make the truck systems companies do the same? Then we have a real, reliable and live information flow of the CO2 footprint for the product, from production to the end user. So my master student is looking into those 4 areas now. How can we label a voyage sustainable? What's in it? What does it mean? And is it possible to make a standard? The saying that in order to get a green label or a top score of 10 of 10 or something, you have to be below this number, because we know it is possible. The thing is that one of the main challenges is that we don't have enough data not available, because we have too much data available. We have not connected it into a system that can talk with it together. And of course, how can this communication system improve? What I'm not putting into this part, because that's of course confidential agreement and all stuff. She is working with a company in Norway that is interesting to make this data system as a decision support system. Hopefully in order to make it easier for not only the ports or the shipping companies, but also for the government and those people to see how this is performing at the moment. This is the area we are touching into, and this is also the areas we in the green labeling are going after. And of course, number 5 is the one of the most challenging one, the real-time data. That meaning that we're not going to be told how much fuel our truck is using. We will measure how much it is using. Meaning, we need sensors. We need some way to measure this correct one. We know it's a big data, but we have to get it through. And of course, legal framework is not only a system to telling how the green labeling should be. It is also a framework telling that if you're not complying, we will tax you. Because we know that one way to make it possible to change the industry is to put taxes on the one you don't want to continue. So that's what I have having so far. Just remember that this is just a small glimpse into the green labeling idea we have by using master students. We don't have to hire new people to it. We're using our own students in it. And of course, making this is a continuous process. I'm already now at the moment thinking about how I can recruit master students from next year for their master's thesis into the same green labeling ID. But of course, this is a continuous process, and of course, this is hand in hand with the whole Power-to-X system also, because as they're saying also, MMS is polluting too much. That will always be the red one for the container going from China. But then, if they're doing a thorium reactor or hydrogen made of green hydrogen, that one will go from red to green, and somebody else will pop up as the problem. But this is a way the maritime industry can show that we can make the transportation of goods from A to B as environmentally friendly as possible in order to comply with consumers' wants and needs. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Here, we are short in time, so I will proceed to the next speaker, Manuel Barros, Mystic Cruises, which will present the Sustainable Shipping, a case study in cruise ships. Presentation. Qual é a apresentação?
É primeiro.
É primeiro? Ok. Ask questions because we are short in time.
Okay, so good morning. My name is Manuel Barros. I'm a naval engineer working in Mystic Invest Holding Group. So I'm working normally in new buildings department on the yard where we are building vessels. And we are here to present our policy, our company idea for the sustainable shipping. And we will pass to the cases that we are doing on the cruise shipping. So Mystic Invest is a holding, is one group with several companies that I will, this is having some delay. Okay, so have multiple strengths. And so I will pass in here that we are working on the tourism area, mainly on the cruise business, then also on tours, attractions and hotels. Okay. But I will focus on the cruise business. So we have river and we have ocean-going companies. So on river we have Douro Azul, Douro Heritage, and Douro Legend working in Portugal. And we have ocean-going. We have Mystic Cruises, Atlas that is based in the United States, Mystic Ocean that is based here in Portugal, and Nick Cruises that is based in Germany. But Nico is working on the river market and also on the ocean-going market. So in numbers, our company, these numbers are pre-pandemic. So we are already in 25 destinations. We have more than 20 vessels built. We're still building at this moment. We are having more than 100,000 passengers in our vessels on the cruises. And on all the group, we have more than 400,000 clients. We hope to return to these numbers by year. This is numbers by year. Our principal guests before pandemic, we are recovering now. We are working since April, so we are starting. We're mainly from the US, from UK, Germany, Switzerland, and so on. So we want to recover this market that we had before. So we are already having a global presence. We can see in some minutes in the on Portugal we are working, that is dark blue. We are working with Douro Azul, mainly on the river, Douro River. Then on the white blue we are working with ocean going companies that we are working in Antarctica, on South America, Mediterranean Sea, also in Baltic Sea and the Northern Sea. In Europe, with the nickel, the red, we are working the rivers across Europe, Africa, and Asia. So we have already a good global presence. Okay, so on the river market, so in Douro Azul, we are starting in 2004. We start building the Douro Queen vessel and Douro Cruiser, and then we are building almost per year. So we built Douro Spirit, and Spirit of Shuttle was bought in England. So until San Gabriel, that was the last one that entered in service this year. So along, yes, a moment. So we are working on the Douro River, that is UNESCO World Heritage. So we have our vessels makes cruises of 7 days, normally from the river mouth in Porto, in Vila Nova de Gaia, in the other side, until the border of Spain, Tarragona, and Barca d'Alva, and then the return back. So we know that this whole area is very sensitive. It's very beautiful with vineyards and high-quality hotels and palaces and many interesting villages. So we know that from environment point of view, we are important stakeholder, and this being stressed this area with also other companies working on there. So our company recognized that we should do more and more and be on forefront of the protection. So what we did from the first vessels until now, and we are trying to improve more. We technically on the compressors and chill water pumps and hot water pumps and other pumps, we changed to variable speed to improve the efficiency. We changed also electrical motors on the HVAC system for ventilators for superior class. We installed additional heat exchangers in the generator circuits to use this heat, the energy. We have solar panels on the sun awnings that are covered with these solar panels. We improve 40% to improve the power generation. We certificate the vessel with green passport, not to use any forbidden materials. We are using already dual fuel in propulsion with the generators and propulsion working on with MDO and also with HVO, that is hydrotreated vegetable oil. And we are having already a hybrid solution with some batteries for the boat thruster operations. The future, we are already made in the past some studies for electrical to increase the hybrid solution or to go to full electrical, and now we are thinking to go to the green hydrogen, starting thinking on this. On the ocean going part, so we started the World Explorer class vessels that we built from scratch in Portugal, and we did the design. So we had the first one, that is World Explorer, then we have World Voyager, and the third one was Navigator, all in operations, already delivered in operation. The World Travel is the fourth, is already in outfitting bay for for entering service in the mid of next year, and World Seeker is on box stage to be assembled. So those vessels are operating, they are expedition vessels, so they are operating in very fragile environments that should be protected. So from the design point of view, construction and the operation, we are following all the mandatory rules and seeking the environmental protection and trying the sustainability. Already the vessel is a small vessel for only 200 passengers, so we don't want to stress too much those fragile areas. So from the beginning, since we did the design, we tried to take all the correct steps. So we went to Marine to do the tank test. So we did an extensive tank campaign to try to maximize the efficiency and minimize the environmental impact. So we did whole optimization, resistance and propulsion, propeller design optimization with Rolls-Royce that now is Kongsberg. We had propeller cavitation. We did also maneuvering tests and the wind tunnel for smoke and smell propagation. One of the models is now here in the school that can be saw. On the propulsion plant, we choose the state of the art at the time, the most advanced solution in the market to the overall efficiency and operation profile is a Kongsberg. Now that was at the time Rolls-Royce hybrid propulsion designed for variable speed operation with two main engines, one auxiliary engine with two generators accomplished, and we had shaft line with PTO PTI connected to the gearboxes. And this propulsion plant has several operation modes for optimizing the fuel consumption. We have in here, for low speed, we are using PTO PTI mode. So one engine is giving the power to the other engine. Then in medium speed, we are using PTO mode. So we are both propellers running and we are feeding the grid with energy from the PTO. And in mechanical mode, we are full power on shafts and we are having power from the generator. Also, those vessels are power class vessels, so they are from class C. This power class code have several stringent chapters from structural design, stability, machinery, life and saving, fire, communication, and also, of course, environmental protection that is very, very important for the case. Other innovative solutions that we implement to seek sustainability. Sorry. So we are using the biodegradable lube oils in the system where they are in contact with seawater. We are using state-of-the-art wastewater system for black and gray water from EVAC, a membrane system. We are using a waste garbage treatment MAG system that is a micro auto-gasification system that reduces the garbage to 5% and also clean the gases. This is a new type of incinerators. So we have an innovative gasoline storage system with two tanks of 3,000 liters each with a dispenser to try to avoid any accident. We have ballast water treatment system according to the most stringent rules that in case the United States Coast Guard. We are using silicone on the painting to minimize the resistance. On the navigation and communication, apart for all that are mandatory, we are using more for having redundancy to the crew to be a safe operation. So we have dynamic position, sonar, free camera, or OX system, ice radars, iridium communication, and other things. We are using BOEM system that manage all technical documentation, maintenance plans, and purchasing orders on board to minimize the paper. And we are using also online from shore. And we have the VO system that is a system that is online every time to monitor the ship efficiency and the ship propulsion plan. A part of this, so we make the acquisition of last year of the Vasco da Gama to make this environmental revamping. That was a vessel built in 1993. So from October last year, we put the vessel in service in July, already working with passengers. So it's a completely different product with 200 meters. This one for 1,000 persons. So comparing with 200 passengers is a completely different market. So for this, we had to make here in Portugal this alteration to comply with the rules, because we wanted to go to work in the EEA areas, so the control areas. The vessel was exempted of this because it was built before 2000. So we had to pass from tier 1 to tier 3 with a reduction of 80% that we did. For doing this, we customized SCRs made here also in Portugal and installed in Lisnave. 5 for our 5 engines that we use to do the vessel digitalization, to then to put this on board. I think it was 5 tons each SCR. So this was made with Tecnoveritas, a Portuguese company, that we made this partnership to develop this project that now is already running, and we already sail in Norway without any problem. We did the back pressure calculations to avoid any problem, to see that the installation of the SCR will not create back pressures on the engine, so to not produce any problem. This was done also with the Tecnoveritas. Okay, so the future, we still going on this path. So we are waiting for trying to do the decarbonization through the integration of green hydrogen. So we want to make the reduction of the footprint at least 80%. So this is a project that we are having for the future. So like just before, this chain will be the creation of the hydrogen, the production, then the hydrogenation on a carrier, that is this liquid organic hydrogen carrier. Then storage this on shore, this oil, then transport this oil to the vessel, then make the bunkering on the vessel, then to take out the hydrogen from the carrier, so to make the dehydrogenation, and then to use as dual fuel in our engines that are existing on board. So this will create the circular economy that we will try to put in the near future. So this is more or less the same, more graphical, that we are in partnership with Tecnoveritas that are studying this technology. We are being a partner to test, let's hope in the near future. And they have several works done on the matters for use this hydrogen on our engines. So we can see that the carrier is transported to the vessel already charged, that is made on board. Then we make the dehydrogenation on board to release H2, the hydrogen, and then this liquid is unloaded from the vessel to be charged again. This will be with the cycle, okay? Because more important than having this green image, we will really want to be more green, 80% at least.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thanks for Manuel Bach for your very nice presentation. We are going to the last presentation. Ruben Neres from Forum Ocean will present the talk Ports and Shipping, Future Opportunities in Portugal Blue Digital Innovation Hub. Thanks. Series. Este aqui. Aqui não é nada disto. Bolas. Okay. So, thank you.
Well, hello everybody. Thank you for first of all, to Professor Luís Batista and the Nautical University for this invitation to come here and speak about I will not speak about, I would say, digital shipping in itself, because I'm not qualified to do it, but I will speak about opportunities for cooperation, further opportunities for cooperation and financing that can be used by here by the Nautical University and also our Norwegian friends and partners. So, first, what is Fórum Oceano? So we are Portugal's Blue Economy cluster. We have 100. That number is needs updating. So it's 132 associates that we have at the moment, and we represent something like 50% of the blue GDP in Portugal. We are recognized by the Portuguese government as a competitiveness cluster. What this means, we have a certification under the EU policy for clusters that gives us, let's say, not only financing, but also access to a network of resources in the European Commission in Brussels that are quite interesting to explore. So our vision is that we have an integrated approach to what is the blue economy. So we our range of associates are multi-sectorial. So we have fisheries, aquaculture, shipping, ports, leisure nautics, and all the other, I would say, entities, as well as research institutions. And of course, the Nautical University is one of our proud members and associates. So we consider that blue economy in itself is a mega sector. And knowledge institutions like this, the Nautical University, has an important and strategic role to play. Why? Because not only for digitalizing shipping and ports and all the logistics and decarbonizing and so on, but also because of the knowledge of the operations in the sea, in ocean, are here. So we need that kind of knowledge, and we're going to talk a bit about that further on in the practical examples. Also in the other sectors of the blue. It seems quite far-fetched at the first sight, but it's not such quite as so. That's the advantage of someone that is, dealing with the sectors, but dealing with all the sectors. So, and the ocean is effectively blue economy is a mega sector for the European Union and also a mega sector for our countries. We are ocean countries, not only maritime countries. We are ocean countries, and we can. And Norway is a big example on that. I would say strategic direction. They can bring us, food, energy, transport, mobility, connectivity, biotech, because there are many bioassets that can substitute other, I would say, chemical compounds and that are used in certain contexts. Also, products for health, cosmetics, and of course the leisure of ports of tourism and of course the main role of ports in this. Also, what we do, so our mission is to catalyze what we call the ESG blue economy, so the sustainable blue economy. ESG, and we'll talk a bit further with that. It goes with one of the presentations I had the opportunity to assist in this panel. ESG is the acronym for environment, social, and governance. So it's the most recent trend in what is called the sustainable finance, by igniting innovation, industry, finance, entrepreneurship. So we see ourselves as igniters in the several sectors of this movement for innovation towards concrete solutions for doing business with purpose. So what do we do? So first, we foster joint industrial projects. So what is this? So we mobilize our associates that are research institutions, some of them are startups, mature industries, to join together and in consortiums that could not have already financing, but they have a focus in solving a real problem that concerns everybody. We help to define that, so it's a kind of an open innovation approach. And either way, if there is already some seed financing from the actors, the work starts. If not, we are prepared to go and find the right financing solution for those industrial projects. Also, we organize trade missions, B2B. We had a trade mission from the French clusters last week here in Lisbon. We also are co-managing innovation infrastructures. We are the leaders of the consortium of the Blue Hub in the north of Portugal, and we are also board members of several Blue Hubs network, which one of them will be installed in the Nautical University. And also we have our annual event, Business to See, that this one will be held in Vigo, in Galicia. It's I would say a joint event that is organized yearly with the region of Galicia. And you can join in digitally if you cannot go there, with so several important panels. And then we also, just to, I would say, wrap up this part, we also are providing advisory to investment funds. So we provide advisory now to 4 investment funds, 1 public and 3 privates. A word about something that was addressed here in I think one of the presentations, especially in both presentations. And before I go into what are opportunities to explore for digital shipping and also for green shipping or ESG shipping. So, but before we dive into that, I want to draw the attention for the EU taxonomy. So what is the EU taxonomy? Those kind of Brussels-like concepts, technocratic. What this means? Well, to put it simply, this is what can be simplified. This is an ESG framework that will be mandatory from next year on, which also will impact Norway, that for assessing the EU funds and also reporting their impact, and this also addresses to public entities, the entities will be obliged to issue an impact report according to the framework of the EU taxonomy. And what is this thing of the EU taxonomy? So, as was addressed before, in this kind of sustainable finance, green labeling, whatever you want to call it, there is a great, I would say, sorry about the expression, there is a lot of mumbo jumbo out there. And there is, I would say, a lot of greenwashing, blue washing, every color you want to have. So, and there is lack of true credibility. So the European Union, in my humble opinion, I think the European Union and Commission are imperfect. They will always be imperfect. But this initiative is useful. Why? Because it brings a reference and a superstate reference to an ESG framework that has to be followed by private and public. And this is very important because it will indicate which really kind of investments bring impact. To say that, for example, most probably by the middle of this decade, an SME that wants to have a loan in whatever sector in the private bank will have to deliver a report according to the EU taxonomy. Why? Because at the end of the day, we are talking about risk management. So this is adding a layer of risk analysis to the other components of risk that are already conventionally measured. And how the EU taxonomy works. So the EU taxonomy has 6 environmental objectives that are listed in there. If you notice, one of them is specifically in ocean, sustainable use and production of water and marine resources. So ocean is really a priority for blue finance. And this, of course, affects shipping, because shipping and ports will have to deliver that their impact doesn't, I would say, that is, positive, or at least doesn't significantly harm. This is the main philosophical principle of the EU taxonomy, is the principle of do not significant harm. So what is the logic here? When you issue a report of the impact of your operations, you have to fulfill at least one of those 6 environmental objectives that are there, but doing that without doing significant harm to the other 5 that are not addressed. So this is quite complex. It's not always a piece of cake doing this, but it opens an opportunity, which is information systems. So you have to go digital to get all this information. What was 800 indicators? So for a report, so you have to correlate a lot to say and to really deliver in order to inform. So we'll say this. Well, this is how we say more paperwork to do, more bureaucracy. Well, you have to bear in mind that if we look in engineering perspective, so the processes of engineering were designed, to deliver a result. So it has to go to point A to point B, and so it's very linear, without even thinking about the other, let's say, interrelated impacts that solution could deliver. That's how the world worked until now. But the impact of that now is very significant. So what is needed to do? You have to close the loop. So in a nutshell of the industrial processes. So in a nutshell, what is asked by the EU taxonomy, the EU Green Deal, and climate change is what in the Forum Ocean we adopted as our mantra and focus in what we are doing is the DDC agenda or strategy. Digitalize, decarbonize, and circularize. Of course, circularize is a word that doesn't exist in either in English or in Portuguese, or I think in another language. But here is the focus on circular economy. So when we design a ship or any other element that operates in the ocean, you have to design it with this, let's say, 3 concepts in there. You have to digitalize, because you have to not only be more efficient, but you have to have sound information so that you can report the decarbonization as it really is happening, and also to control all the other industrial processes so that the circularity really happens, and it is designed in a smart way. Look at what BMW announced, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago, of a new concept car that is 100% recyclable. They did the carbon calculations, and they reached the conclusion that building an electric car in the same way you build a combustion engine car, would have a higher carbon environmental footprint. So they had to going back to the drawing desk of industrial processes and redesign all the supply chain, all the value chain. Well, if you are a ship owner, you say, oh my God, what is happening here? Another nightmare is coming along. However, that's half of the cup. So the other half of the cup, well, I'm an optimist person, and I'm not a ship owner. So I'm more at ease to say this, but there is also an opportunity in there. So redesigning the supply chains means, new materials, new ways of, designing. This is creativity and innovation. And for a country like Portugal, that it's been quite tough for the maritime industry to play in this playing field. Probably here we can have a new windows of re-entering in the industry, especially in partnership with countries like Norway, where we can develop that. So we are both maritime nations, but also we are small nations, and we need to join forces. So first opportunity that we have concrete that is being mobilized by Forum Ocean. So we have the digital. So the European Union launched a policy called the Digital Innovation Hubs. And what is this? This is a platform. So it's kind of a cluster for digital industries, where it has 4 aims. So test before invest. So to test technologies, doing demos, prototypes, and so on before scaling up the investment. And as you can see in the former presentations, it was given that you have to test, new technologies like hydrogen propulsion and so on. Here again, it's focused. So the Digital Innovation Hub in digital technologies from hardware and software, so for automation, digitalization. But they can also have, of course, links to other dimensions. Support to find investments, so a link to the investment and finance, so to take that new tech and find who are the mavericks in the investors community and industries that want to play in and scale up the tech. Also to structure an innovation ecosystem networking, because tackling these issues. If you only do it in your own network, or either regionally or even bilaterally, it's not enough. You have to work in an ecosystem. So that's what is to work in an ecosystem? Is to work in a network where you have finance, investors, entrepreneurships, researchers, ports, ship owners, innovators from other kind that are linked, and they go and work together in specific challenges. We'll talk about a bit later about this. And then skills and training. And it's the Nautical School is part of this consortium, and you will have here the opportunity. There will be, I would say, financial resources allocated for example, giving offer of training that dimension. So this is all conceptual at the moment. To say that this is has been now in the approval from the government. So our proposal from the Portugal Blue Digital Innovation Hub, that is how it's called. It has 54 entities, all Portuguese at the moment, but it will have an European dimension. So a call for our Norwegian friends and partners. Then when the European process kicks off, there's an invitation to join in. And this is already our Digital Innovation Hub is now formally approved in the Council of Ministers, so it is official. And for information I have, it's going to jumpstart in the first quarter of next year. So we'll have a budget of 2 million euros per year during 5 years. Then it is we have an audit. Then if we are successful, it is renewed. If we're not successful, it is shut down. Of course, we're going to do the best for that going to happen. So to say that that's the base budget for starting up, for igniting the Digital Innovation Hub, and then we are of course able to find additional financing from public sources at the EU level and at national level, but also at private level. So how is the main concept of our proposal? So we divided, or we organized, conceptualized the Portugal Blue Digital Innovation Hub in 5 big components. So one is the ocean big data providers. And we have all of these entities in the consortium. So these are, of course, IPMA, our national laboratory, the GRM, also the Hydrographic Institute, and so on, that have, and also the ports are in there, have all this data that we are going to build a big data area for centralizing all this data in there. Then we will, on top of that, build and start structuring the information meta clusters per sector. So that data can be usefully it can be already used in a very operational way. After that, we will structure that meta clusters of data in strategic user groups. So what are the strategic user groups? Are the professionals and the various sectors of the blue economy that will use the data for enhancing their operations. The data and the technology for using better that data. So fishing, aquaculture, fishing processing industry, and so on. And then finally, based on this, infrastructure, using the test before invest and the link to finance, we will deliver digital service for blue economy. And the digital services are modeling and forecasting, business intelligence, smart port services. So it's a very exhaustive list. You could say, wow, you are, pointing to all directions. We are an integrated cluster. This is blue economy. Blue economy has many dimensions. And to say that, of course, is not all to be done, but it's the range of possibilities that we could go. And of course, and most probably, there will be more sectors that will be more active than others in using, this opportunity and this tool. But to say that this is a very interesting opportunity to use a stable, financing to develop a family of services that could be effectively useful and accelerate their, let's say, interest in the market. Also to stress that all the technology that is going to be developed here is services and technology that don't exist in the market. So there is a market gap. So, for example, Durazul and other, I would say, entities can use this platform for developing, the digital services that could improve, that you don't find in the market, at a very attractive price, and also with that, enhancing the knowledge of the nautical university and its partners that can, deliver that. Then finally, capacitation. So here is the infrastructure, so all the hardware, data center, and so on, for the supercomputing, infrastructure that is going to be needed to be built. And here, 3D printing is also included. And here, I must say that, considering what are the installations and the potential of the nautical university here of Indeed, why not put of some of that capacity here? So we are working on that. Training, acceleration services, so acceleration programs for startups and all that, and then the link to invest and finance. So what is this at the end of the day? It's creating also a high quality deal flow for to invest in finance, because there is a lot of investment funds that are being created privately, but in the private sector, but they say, where are the projects? So where are we going to invest? So here is an ecosystem that could be potentially attractive for investors. Then I will not just to tell another project that is called the Atlantic Smart Ports Acceleration Network. So this is, as you know, the European Commission is a Ferreira in addressing in the European Parliament that we were, of course, very, pleased with this. So what is this? It's an European project that really has that objective in there. It's led by Beta Eats, one of our associates. It's a Portuguese company. It has 15 partners. We are one of the partners, and it's a mix of blue clusters, blue accelerators, and policy, I would say, entities. We have the institutional support of UN Ambassador Peter Thompson of the project, and we have a network of 132 strategic partners with the potential access to 391 ports from, and of course we have a Norwegian partner, so GCE Ocean Tech, our cluster from Norway, and the ports that are here are Bergen, and there's another port which I not remember the name, and it's too complicated for me to pronounce, for a Portuguese to pronounce. But we have, direct support from 41 ports, so those 2 Norwegian ports, plus ports from USA, Canada, Colombia, Morocco, Mauritania, EU Atlantic, India, and Goa. So what we are doing here? So all blue startups need access to the sea to develop their business. Simple. Is it simple to have access to the sea? No, it's not simple. Who has access to the sea? Ports. Small and medium-sized ports now are competing in the same competition as large ports, containers and bulk and passengers. That's the only, revenues that they have. What if small and medium-sized ports and many of them have some characteristics on that, also could be blue business hubs. So areas where aquaculture, robotics, ocean renewable energies, blue biotech could install and develop their businesses. So this is the aim of this project. We are now at identifying the 10 challenges of the ports, and we're going to launch next year, so by May, June next year, an acceleration program with 450 startups, that from those 450 startups, 30 will be selected to implement 30 pilots in 30 ports. In the innovation survey that we did to the ports, and they say, "Oh, that is now very beautiful and so on, very, very modern, but ports are not there, nor the shipping industry." Well, I could say that is not the case, because we have the survey that we did to our 43 ports that support us directly. 90% of them have issued that their priority in the next 5 to 10 years is to become hubs for the blue economy emergent sectors. So beyond being all smart ports in their efficiency operations, they want to be, business hubs, because of course this is a way of diversifying their revenues mix. We have already the challenges, the 5 innovation challenges from half of these ports to build the innovation program. Where these ports are located, who are, want to be the blue mavericks in a way: Portugal, Spain, France, Ireland. The Irish are very, very, very active here. Netherlands, Norway, Finland, Russia, Colombia, Mauritania, who guessed, and Canada in Halifax. So what we're going to do, we now closed an open call for startups. We had 163 applications for the first batch of startups of the 450 that is going to be launched next year. And what we're going to have here, we're going to have a platform with ports that want to be business hubs, with experts and mentors and investors, and that want to fund the pilot projects and the startups that will derive from here. So what I say here is that I'm presenting this to, we have here, our Norwegian partners, we are in university, we have students. Consider, going, why not to engage in this innovation ecosystem. So, and this is it. Thank you for your attention and patience.
Thank you very much for your presentation. This concludes the conference. Only time for one question or two, at least, because we exceed the time for the finishing of the conference. Do we have any question for the speakers? Okay.
They must be hungry.
Yes.
They probably. So, thanks again for participating in the audience. Thanks to all the speakers and for their very nice participation and talks that they present. This concludes the conference. In this, I think it's the best way to promote the maritime project of simulation and the cooperation between ENID and the Norwegian universities at NTNU and USN, which participate in this conference. Thanks again all, and thank you very much for your presence.
Grande parte do nosso planeta é oceano. Dá-lhe a sua característica cor azul. É fonte de vida, de energia, de riqueza. O mundo tem vindo a perceber-se de fatores que afetam estas fontes essenciais e requer ação para garantir a sustentabilidade dos oceanos. O desenvolvimento da economia azul, nomeadamente nas áreas da tecnologia, formação, infraestruturas e regulamentação, dará uma resposta inovadora à importância que os oceanos têm para a vida do nosso planeta. A formação de recursos humanos qualificados é essencial para garantir a sustentabilidade dos transportes marítimos, fundamentais para o desenvolvimento da economia azul do futuro. Segundo a Associação Internacional BINCO, em 2025 serão necessários pelo menos 150 mil novos oficiais da Marinha Mercante para responder às necessidades do setor a nível nacional e internacional, o que requer a adoção de medidas que fomentem o aumento da formação de grande qualidade.
Na ENID, a nossa missão é formar oficiais de marinha mercante para os futuros desafios nacionais e internacionais, bem como outros quadros para o setor marítimo portuário. É um objetivo estratégico da escola, que já conta com 96 anos de existência, contribuir para o desenvolvimento da economia azul, através da formação de profissionais altamente qualificados e preparados para as mudanças no shipping. A escola rege estritamente pelos altos padrões da Convenção IMO-STCW e EMSA e, como tal, promoveu a criação do projeto Marinsim, tendo em vista apetechar-se de um conjunto de modernos simuladores marítimos. Queremos enriquecer a nossa vasta experiência na área da formação marítima através da atualização e modernização da capacidade instalada de simuladores da escola, intercâmbio de experiências de formação, investigação e colaboração com instituições de referência na área marítima e participação em projetos internacionais. A aquisição de equipamentos de simulação de vanguarda é um meio para desenvolver processos de inovação na economia azul e de capacitar os recursos humanos da ENID, com um conhecimento altamente especializado na área marítima, utilizando meios pedagógicos inovadores.
O Marine Sim é um projeto desenvolvido em colaboração com 2 universidades norueguesas dedicado à aquisição de simuladores marítimos para a formação dos estudantes dos cursos marítimos e requalificação de oficiais de marinha mercante, aliado a ações de melhoria da capacitação em formação e treino marítimo de docentes e estudantes, onde se destaca a realização de seminários, novos cursos e o desenvolvimento de projetos de cooperação. O Marine Sim visa permitir a aquisição de simuladores de vanguarda, nomeadamente simulador Full Mission, visual de navegação com cartas eletrónicas ECDIS. Simulador Full Mission de instalações propulsoras de navios. Simulador de navegação por radar anticolisão ARPA. Simulador de treino com modelos de instalações propulsoras de navios. Simulador de treino de embarcações de sobrevivência e salvamento. Simulador de carga e descarga de navios-tanque petroleiros, químicos e de gás liquefeito.
A ENID, em conjunto com os seus parceiros noruegueses NTNU e USN, orgulha-se de fazer parte do programa Crescimento Azul e compromete-se a aumentar a investigação e promover a educação e a formação na área marítima.